call our to order and start just with some introductions. I see there's a number of people on Zoom this morning. So welcome to all of you. Here in the room, we have Councillor Janice Bray, myself, Mayor George Comrie. We have Councillor Joe Lamb and Councillor Scott Nash. And online we have Councillor Brian Woods. We do have a couple of members of our staff here, our CAO clerk, Nigel Black, and our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. And we do have some guests. Our planning consultants are with us, and I'll introduce them a little bit later. And we do have some presenters coming up in a few minutes. We'll introduce them. But before we do that, we'll start the meeting off as we usually do with the playing of O Canada. So please stand if you're able. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now ask if any member of council has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings. We'll let the record show that none was declared. Well, the first item of business then is to approve the agenda as circulated. Whereas the members of council of the municipality of Whitestone have been presented with an agenda for the March 18th, 2025 regular council meeting, be it resolved the agenda for this meeting be adopted as present with the following additional additions to the public meeting. Official plan and introductory meeting and presentation by MHBC planners. There are two addenda correspondence that we received with respect to the official plan review, one from RG Solegi and the second one from the Lake Washkish Conservation Association. So could I get a mover and seconder, please, that this be the agenda?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Wilson.
All right, thank you. We've got Councillor Woods and Councillor Lamb had his hand up, so moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask all those in favor.
If I might through you, Mr. Burns, hopefully everybody can hear me. I have no problem with the agenda. As presented. Is more just a comment that I find it interesting that for this agenda, even with an addendum, no other members of council have any issues adding addendum at the last minute to this agenda. Yet at the last meeting, there's a really, really big issue having something added to their addendum or agenda through the addendum. So I just find that very curious that sometimes we have an issue adding to addendum and sometimes we don't. And we go so far as to phone the integrity commissioner and things like that. And if it's, I'll be in support of it. I just wanted to make that comment, just to make sure everybody in the public knows that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess my only comment would be, and this will come up later when we are in the public meeting, that one of the things that you're going to hear is that submissions with respect to the official plan can be received at any time during the process. There are a couple of folks, and in fact, I actually saw one that came in via email just before the meeting started this morning, which isn't in our package, but people can submit them anytime, and I don't think we're going to be discussing them likely. We're there, but we are encouraging the public to provide input, and so because these ones were received in time for the meeting, I guess staff decided to include them, but anyway, that's why I don't have an issue with it. They're not timing critical in a sense. Any other comments, Jen? If not, can we get can I see approval in the room, please? And on Zoom, Councilor Woods.
Councillor Woods, yes. Mr. Mayor, I did have a question about the unfinished business list. If you could let me know when I could ask about that.
Well, I mean, maybe you should ask now. I mean, where the unfinished business list will it actually it will come up in the consent agenda if it's
okay.
Is that anyway?
That's fine, Mr. Mayor. No problem. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Do you have a spare pen, Nigel?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you. We have an agenda that's approved. Next on our agenda then is two presentations and delegations. So the first one is the presenter is Jim Shedden, and he's here to talk to us about youth baseball in Whitestone.
I don't think Jim's here.
Is he online?
Maybe online, not.
I don't. I could get my participants list back up. Microsoft has found and determined that we should install Windows 11 instead of having a council meeting. Anyway, I don't think I see him, but let me just make sure. Okay. I do not see the presenter. So we have a second, we will move past that one. We have a second presenter, Georgia Rasnita. Georgia is here. And she's part of the Quinn Lake Community Group at the OTF campground. So Welcome, Georgia. If you wouldn't mind going to that microphone at the podium. The purpose being so that the folks who are on Zoom can hear what you're saying. We're just gonna get that turned on for you, and I will ask if possible that you confine your presentation to about 10 minutes.
And I'll be quick.
You already told me in 3 minutes.
Well, that's even better.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Georgia Rosnita, and I'm here with Diane Cox. I live in Toronto and Diane lives in Barrie. Council, Mayor, and council members, I thank you for taking in members of the community. I'm a bit nervous, I'll be honest with you. It's been a while since I've been on mic. So bear with me. I'm here on behalf of Quinn Lake. It is known as the OTF campground. It was given to OTF by the Quinn family over 67 years ago. It was a place that was supposed to be established for preservation, conservation, and establishment of continual establishment of the teaching profession. Back then, there was not so many boards and everything like that, and it was meant to be a place of education, collaboration, and cooperation amongst all the members of the community. I have been privileged and honored to be part of that community for the last 15 years. I have 3 kids that have all grown up there, and I'm here to ask for your support. On January 16th of this year, the Ontario Teachers Federation unfortunately made a decision due to financial reasons that they were going to close and sell that campground, unfortunately. So what we've done as a group of members, and those members span about 6 generations of people that have attended that camp from its inception to this day, is band together to put a proposal together in order for us as a community to continue on that tradition. We're here today to ask for support and some direction in terms of what we can do in regards to lobbying OTF to keep that campground the way it is. I know that right now you're in the process of a land review. Thank you for the company that's here. And I know that some of the stuff is the social environment, the economy, and the natural environment. The Quinn Lake community has supported and been part of this community for the last 65 years. I know that some of our members have reached out to the mayor and had a conversation. I know myself, I've reached out to Councillor Woods and the church groups and the local businesses that have all been impacted by this. And as well, we've also reached out to the Quinn Lake family. I know Ida Woods we've been in contact with in order to kind of maintain that. We realize that it is a different ask for me to stand up here. But I think that I've been honored to be part of this community for a while. I have been welcomed and accepted, and I never, like I said to Mr. Black, I've never had a chance to thank you for creating the environment that you do. My goal is to continue to maintain that. What we're interested in is the zoning piece. I know that right now there's 3 zoning on that area. It's a C2, EP, and RU. What we're concerned about is that if we don't maintain that we could potentially have some development on that land for what the land is not used for. So that is why our group has come together and looking for partnerships and any advice or support that we can get from your local council in order for us to continue that tradition of keeping that campground, but also keeping the tradition that we've tried to establish over the last, over 60 7 years now, and honor the memory of what the Quinn Lake family has tried to do. Did I do well for 3 minutes, Councillor Lamb? What do you think?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
And you weren't nervous either.
Oh, I'm like a Canada geese. I'm calm on top, but paddling like hell underneath. So I hope I didn't come across as that. Sorry, I said the word hell. My Catholic upbringing would not, considering its sound. So, what I think that the biggest thing that our community is doing is that I know that when I first reached out to Councillor Woods, he recommended that I reach out to, Mr. Black. Do I call you?
Sure.
Clerk Black, I don't know.
Mr. Black.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
For that, and I missed the last window for the council meeting. I was going to come up in, February, but my submission was too late. So I made sure, that I came up here today, and I thank Diane for taking the road trip up with me, for it. The community is over, 400 members and growing. And those 400 members are the people that put their name, not their family members, or not anything like that. So, we are deeply invested, in the Quinn Lake camp. It's just not a place for us to go up there and get in a bathing suit and jump in a lake. It's actually a place that I really consider my own, and I'm privileged. And if I could have brought my kids up, not that I would, because I wouldn't torture you with that, they would say the same thing to you, that, you know, that is their favorite thing to do, is get in a car and come up to Quinn Lake and get Duck ice cream, but also be able to be part of this community. And we are right now lobbying, as we speak, the Ontario Teachers Federation to try to give us the first right of refusal. So what we're asking for is this council support, and lobbying with us. And I would be happy to answer any questions or help you in your long-term goals of what you're trying to establish. I know I've read your Whitestone 2016 plan. I know you're in the process of reviewing it. I'm invested, and so are the community members, and those teachers, and generation of those teachers. They don't have to be teachers. They're this generation of people that have loved and grown this community with you, would love to be part of that plan. So I thank you for your time and allowing me to speak in front of you.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Georgia. I'll, if you don't mind staying at the microphone, I will open the floor to questions from members of council who, I'm sure we'll have some questions. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones. How many acres are over there?
So, 825 right now. And they're, what we're looking at is that if we get to the table and looking for the fresh refusal, is that can we establish a non-for-profit on that land, or can you sever it so that way we can, if they need the money in order to do that right now, we've asked the Ontario Teachers Federation for their financials in regards to the property. Right now, it's not a line on their finance in regards to it, but right now we're looking at over 800 acres.
And how does it work in terms of you going there? You say you've been there for 15 years. Is there a lottery each year? Like, where's the 400 people come from? Or
So it's a great
400
question.
that come there?
So that's just the people that know about the sale, because the way that the campground works, the way that the Quinn Lake family wanted it is that it was an accessible place. So you could drive in at 1 o'clock in the morning, find a patch of land and set up your tent or your trailer. They wanted an accessibility to the green space and the beauty up here. So the people that are right now that we have mobilized online are not a representation of the amount of people that use it. Like, we're talking over thousands over the course of a summer, but the people that know about it. So the people that got a letter that the campground was closing was the people that put in for their seasonal lotteries every year. So there is 21 spots on that campground that you can apply to get a seasonal lottery in regards to the year. But other than that, every single spot on that property is open to the public, or, a teacher under that, aspect. We saw the numbers severely increase during COVID, given that there was the provincial and national park closures. And we've continued to see kind of growth, in regards to that. And that's what was one of our shocks when we did get the email that the campground was closing, because we actually saw a turnaround in terms of numbers. So that's a really good question, Counselor.
Have you checked, to make sure it's not already been sold? I was told by someone it's already been sold, so do you have current information whether it has or not, or?
From what we're told, no. They haven't been able to put it officially on sale because of the fact that, they haven't done a land survey because of the snow and when it was decided to. But the same real estate agent that sold the other side of Balsam Lake Road last year has been engaged, in regards to it. And I know that they've been given exclusivity, which I guess means in real estate terms that they're gonna only use her.
Yeah.
But would you share with me, where did you hear that it got sold?
No.
I thought I'd ask that. I thought I'd try.
It was in casual conversation with someone. I
Yeah.
wouldn't divulge their name, but.
And honestly, I think that that's one of the things that as a community member, myself in there, is we're worried about, right? Like, because we don't know the politics of it. I'll be honest with you, like Ontario Teachers Federation, I've been a teacher for over 21 years and I don't really know what they do until I started to kind of learn from it. And because of the fact that they're embedded in the Education Act, they're part of our teaching process. Right, so they're a staple in terms of that, and I could understand how a federation that's responsible for so many teachers now, as opposed to back in 1958, have evolved and changed. But at the same time, I think that to keep it for what it's intended for, but also to maintain the integrity of the community that you're trying to continue to establish and develop and want to grow here is something that all members are interested in.
Have you looked in the original documents as to whether the Quinn family, if it wasn't being used as to their intention, get it back? Has anyone looked at the original document?
That's a great question. No.
You should look at that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that right now, I come from very, for me to stand here today, for you is putting myself on the line, but it means enough to me to want to stand in front of a group of strangers in the middle of March to kind of do it. But I think that's a great advice, Counselor. So I appreciate, and I don't know where I would get those documents. Is that something that this count, like this?
Get a hold of Ida, she's probably got a copy of them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Or the Quinn family was.
yeah.
I can answer your question, and I did suggest the same thing to one of your colleagues.
Kevin, yeah,
She was concerned about it, but you can search the title in the registry office
okay,
in Parry Sound
okay,
and go back and see exactly what any documents related to the transfer of that property to OTF would be. It would be in there and they can find them for you.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Councilor Bright.
Yeah, I was wondering whether you had approached the schools, public schools in this area in Parry Sound area because of the use of the campground for their grade 8s.
Yeah, we've, part of the union push, so, the OTF, Federation is made up of the 4 school boards in Ontario. So OSSTF is the public secondary, OECTA is the, public elementary. There's the Catholic, secondary and public, and then there is the AEFO. Am I correct on that, Diane? And that is the French board. So all 4 of those boards make up the OTF. And there's 3 members of all those boards that are part of the OTF family. We have tried to reach out to the local union piece and have some pressure on that. The other thing is we've tried to engage current students and past students in terms of writing letters of support and all of that stuff. In terms of that lobbying piece. So I know that this area has been used for years in terms of the developmental piece of the leadership of the campground. So we're trying. Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Woods?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank Georgia for standing up and giving her story to us all. Georgia, it's good to hear from you again. I did have a
Thank
great
you.
conversation with you.
For the phone call, Councillor. I really appreciate it. And sorry I talked your ear off. I
No,
blabbed.
not a problem. That's what I'm here for. I just wanted to thank you because I know how nerve-wracking it is standing up in front of people when that's, not one of your strengths.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your support. Thank you. And hopefully I'll get a chance to shake your hand and thank you personally one day.
So I guess I did have one question, Georgia, if I can. I know that you're looking for some sort of support from the municipality, and the municipality, as you can probably appreciate, does not normally get involved in private property matters, which is what this is. But I wondered if you could be a little more specific about if there are things that we could do that would help you to advance your case with the OTF board, and what would those things be? What's your ask specifically of the municipality?
I think that's a great question. The number one would be going back to Councillor Lamb's comment about, if there's already a seller, right? Like, because we don't know what the conversation is. I would probably say if the the Whitestone Council oppose the selling of the property to a developer and keep it for what it's intended for in terms of the zoning. I don't know what your land review kind of entails, but that was one of our concerns. Secondly, I think that if you can advocate on behalf of us, I totally understand about the private matter, because then when does it start and when does it end? But I thought I would stand here and take a chance, right? The worst thing that you can get told is no, but at least you've taken a chance. And I complimented, Councillor Lamb on his shirt about elbows up. There's a bunch of us that are getting our elbows up right now and standing in front of you and saying, hey, I know we're in a big corporation and I know it's a chance, but we can really use your support, either verbally, written, or if we can say, hey, we stood up at town council and they kind of support, continuing this process. So whatever that support looks like, be it that it's a verbal or it's an acknowledgement or it's a written letter or anything else, we would take. And if the council comes back and says no, well, at least I stood here and took a chance and stood up for a cause. And I showed my kids that, if you believe in something, you kind of fight for it. As I get emotional. So I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, just one final comment. You might write a letter to the library board, which I am on. Because I know the teachers use the library quite a bit, and we're a separate board of council.
Okay.
You might make the request of some sort of support or whatever you're looking for from the library.
Okay.
But we just had a meeting last night, so you have to wait a month before we have another meeting, but.
Okay. All right. I like. I would absolutely do that. Do I have to give
Speaking of what it is.
conversation?
Pardon?
Do I have to come up and do another 10-minute conversation? I'll do it.
No, you don't have.
Okay.
Just send a letter
But I will do that.
or send an email to me or something. My email's on the
Yeah.
website.
Perfect. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question, Mayor.
Yes, thanks.
I don't know if I gave you what your question asked for, but any support would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
If there's nothing else, then we'll move on. I don't see our other presenter here. Um, so I think probably what we can do then is move. And I'm just looking for the motion here. We do have matters arising from presentations and delegations, and item 4.2 would be a resolution that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives information regarding the Ontario Teachers Federation campground and thanks Ms. Resnita for her presentation. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Nash. Thank you. Great. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
The Woods. Resolution is carried. So the next item that was on the agenda that was circulated was the public meeting, and we did have a stated hour of 10 o'clock for that, but I sense that there are a number of people here interested in that particular subject. So my suggestion then is that we move to adjourn to the public meeting. I see in the package that there is a motion to suspend the procedure bylaw. I don't believe that that's necessary because the agenda belongs to the meeting once the agenda has been approved, and that was the order in which it was presented. But Mr. Clerk, do you feel strongly that we need that motion?
Through you, your worship, not necessarily that I feel strongly about it, but the procedural bylaw does specify the actual order of council meeting agenda items. So that's the reason we suggested suspending it.
All right, is it council's wish to have the motion and we can do it?
Yeah, I'll move to suspend it.
All right, I'll just read it for the record if you don't mind. Whereas the procedural bylaw number 80/2023 states 3.2 suspending procedural bylaw. No provision of this procedural bylaw will be suspended except by a majority vote of council of each incidence of the suspension of the rules. The suspension will apply only to the procedures or rules which are stated within the motion to suspend and only during the meeting in which such motion was introduced. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the procedure bylaw 80/2023 be suspended in respect to section 6.1.2 regular council meeting agenda, which states that all council agendas will be prepared by the clerk in writing and regular council meetings, with the exception of regular closed session council meetings, will generally be in accordance with Schedule B. Other meeting agendas will be adapted by the clerk as determined to be appropriate for the attending meeting. And that item 6.1, public meeting official plan update, be heard after item 4, presentations and delegations, and prior to item 5, committee of the whole. So that's your motion, Councillor Ryan?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Also.
Councillor Nash, thank you. All those in favor of the motion? Those are up in the room.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. The motion is carried. So now we need a motion to move into the public meeting, please. Councillor Bray is moving, seconded by,
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Councillor Woods. Council of Municipality of Whitestone move into a public meeting at looks like 10:40 a.m. All those in favor of that motion, please.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. That's carried. Okay. So, following the protocol for a public meeting, I will call the meeting to order. And I guess this is a good time as any to introduce our consultants, I guess is the right word, from MHPC Planners. We have Jamie Robinson and we have Patrick. Thank you. And they are here to kind of lead us through the introduction of the official plan review process. And the reason that we're having the public meeting, by the way, is that this is mandated by the Planning Act, the Ontario Planning. So just a little bit of extra formality around it. So again, I would need to ask councilors if any councilor has a pecuniary interest. You don't hear one, so let's say that none was declared. By way of protocol, I'm going to note that there will be a record of those in attendance at the meeting, and we circulated something in the room, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, your worship, as people came through the door, they were asked to sign for it.
And we will also take note of those who are on Zoom so that we have a record of attendance. If, by the way, if you're on Zoom and you have your identifier is something like iPhone 16 Pro or a phone number or something, if you could email the clerk and let us know who you are, please, that would be helpful. Just for the record, I will ask that all comments be addressed through the chairperson, and that's me, and that the person making the comments identify themselves, state your name before you speak. Now I'm going to ask our clerk to advise how the notice of the meeting was delivered, and also if any correspondence has been received on the matter. I know some has, so he's going to tell us that.
Through you, your worship, the notice was posted on our municipal website. It was also posted on Facebook, our e-newsletter, our public bulletin board at the municipal office, and also various emails were sent out to lake and road associations. In terms of correspondence received, you did have one piece of correspondence from the Lorimier Lake Association included in the agenda, and you noted two additional pieces that were included in the addenda.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, then I can turn over the meeting to a presentation by our planners. Are you going to do it? And everybody has the slides for the PowerPoint in their package, right? So we're not displaying them here, but are you going to do it from where you're sitting, Jamie, or do you want to?
You can do it from wherever you want.
Well, we can hear you. Just please keep the mic fairly close because they don't pick up too far away. That way everybody can hear.
Perfect. So we can stay here. Everybody's got a copy of the presentation here, and there'll be a copy available on the municipality's website as well. We can make that available. So thank you, worship and members of council and the public. My name's Jamie Robinson. I'm a partner with MHPC Planning. We're based out of Barrie, and we are the township's planning consultant, and we also were the successful candidate in being awarded the contract to facilitate and assist with the municipality's official planning process. So effectively what this meeting is, you may or not have been part of a public meeting before. This is a little bit different than standard public meeting. The requirement, as the mayor mentioned at the start of the meeting with respect to an official plan review is that at the start of the process, section 26 of the Planning Act, which is why this is called a section 26 council meeting, it requires the municipality to host a public meeting where we're to provide some background about the process of updating the official plan review. And the second part of that is to provide members of the public with an opportunity to provide some input on what sorts of things they might want considered through the official plan review process. So it's a kickoff meeting effectively. So what Patrick and I are going to do is give a bit of an overview about a little bit of planning 101 and some background, because some folks may not be that familiar with planning and the process. We'll give an overview about what we expect, how we expect the OP review process to unfold. And then there'll be an opportunity for folks to provide comments about things they think the OP review should look at. So that's effectively the game plan for the next half hour or so, or however long we take. So our presentation should be about 15 minutes, and then it'll be turned over to the public to provide comments through the mayor. So that's sort of the game plan and the roadmap for how we're speaking. So as I mentioned, this meeting is under Section 26 of the Planning Act. And why the Planning Act is important is because it really sets the framework for land use planning in the province. Patrick will provide a bit more info about that in a few moments, but he's going to walk us through sort of the hierarchy of planning in the province and how it works. So the municipality does have a current official plan. The official plan provides directions on matters related to land use planning. So there's a number of designations in that plan that speak towards things like shoreline areas and rural areas and settlements, where growth is intended to be focused, where areas for resource protection and forestry and aggregate resources, where those areas are to be protected, and areas for people to recreate and shorelines and crown land and those sorts of things. So the official plan really sets the framework for places to live, places to work in the municipality, and lifestyle considerations. And what's important with respect to that is that all council decisions have to conform to the official plan. So whether it's a land use planning decision or another decision that relates, those decisions have to conform to the official plan. So it's a high-level policy document that sets basically some framework and some considerations that council has to have regard to when they make planning decisions and make other decisions. So just moving on, I'm going to skip over slide number 5 and just talk a bit about the work plan and timeline that we expect this project to unfold. So we were a little bit, behind schedule with respect to the startup of this project. Some of that relates to the fact that we haven't been able to schedule a startup meeting with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. That meeting has to occur in accordance with the Planning Act requirements at the start of the process. Why that's important is because they are the approval authority. So although what council will do, they will adopt the official plan, but ultimately it's the ministry that approves it. So if the council decides to approve an official plan that, for example, didn't meet a provincial requirement, the province can play big brother and say, hold on a second, we've got to make a modification to that document. So they ultimately put their final stamp of approval on the official plan. But there is a requirement that we meet with the ministry and its various other ministries, such as M&R and Ministry of Culture and those folks, and provide an initial startup meeting so they can provide feedback about the things that we have to include in the official plan to make sure we're up to date with all the changes in most recent legislation and provincial policy. So effectively, this process, what it in big picture entails is that the first step is background review. And what we would do is we undertake some background work. We meet with the ministry, we get some feedback from the public about things to include, we get some feedback from council, and then we prepare a discussion paper. And what that discussion paper does is it outlines some issues that might need to be addressed. So for example, water quality or lake capacity could be an issue. Or where's the appropriate location for, where do we want to focus any new residential growth, or where do we want to focus any future non-residential growth, like industrial growth in the municipality. If those issues are present, then the discussion paper would provide some background about how those issues are recommended to be addressed in the official plan. So then once what we would do is come back to council and back to the public, present that discussion paper on the key issues that have been identified. And subject to that discussion paper being sort of finalized or we typically don't finalize until the very end of the process because new issues might arise, but the first draft of it being completed and being appropriate to move forward, then what we would do is embark on doing the actual updates to the official plan to give effect to those issues that have arisen through the discussion. And then we'd come back to the public with an open house to present the official. And then subject to that, prepare some final modifications to the official plan and it would come forward to council for adoption. So the idea is that adoption should occur by the end of this year, by December. So we've got some work to do throughout the next few months to prepare the discussion paper, the draft documents, and then come to the public with an open house. We're looking at the sort of June timeline to do that. So June, potentially start of July, when folks are more near summer. That was the idea. So the next couple months are going to be focused on discussion paper and preparing the first draft of the document. We are required to send the draft official plan to the province to get their initial comments on it. And they have a 90-day period to do that. So if we're going to meet our timelines of getting this to council by the end of the year, we got to factor in that 30-day time period, which means we have to be providing them with the draft document in the summer. So that's in a big picture what our roadmap is going for this project. But you can expect us to be back here providing details about the background paper and then the draft official plan as well. We do also encourage at any time, if someone comes up, has comments they want to make on the process or identifies issues, provide those feedback to the municipality through Paula at the municipality, I think is the best source, and then she can provide that information on us. We want to make sure that there's a single point of contact at the municipality so that nothing gets lost in translation, providing things directly to us. So that's effectively the roadmap for moving forward. So Patrick, I'll just refer like to Okay, so I'm going to do the next couple of slides here. So the next one's slide number 7. So why do we do this? Why do we plan? So this is the planning 101 piece and a bit of background. So there's really 3 aspects to planning. There's the social environment, the economic environment, and the natural environment. And really, hopefully, if we do things correctly, those all result in a good lifestyle and good lifestyle considerations for people that live here and people that visit the area. So these are the sorts of community values that we intend to protect, manage, and direct through the official plan policies. And really, it's the long-term strategy for success. So, and why we do this is the official plan is really a 20-year document. It projects how you want your municipality to look in 20 years. What do you want to see in 20 years? Where do you want the commercial lands to be? Where do you want to see industrial uses? Where do you want to see residential uses? Those sorts of things. What do you value from additional lifestyle projects, for example? Do you want to see a new trail created or a new recreation facility? Those sorts of things should be incorporated. So Patrick's going to review some of the legislative requirements and talk to you about provincial documents and then how the zoning bylaw also fits in all of this.
Thanks, Jamie, and welcome everybody. As Jamie mentioned, the ministry or the province is the approval authority for the official plan. That's why it's important to meet with them early on in the process and collect those comments from the various ministries at play. The reason that meeting was delayed was because of the election. So we attempted to schedule a meeting, but they wouldn't do that until after the election. The caretaking period is over. So that's the stage we're at. We're working to schedule that meeting. And That's how planning works in Ontario. It's a top-down approach. So the ministry has policies in legislation that a municipality has to implement. Jamie mentioned, if something's not in keeping with those provincial directives, they are the approval authority, have the authority to make changes later on in the process. But where the municipality of Whitestone has the ability to kind of craft a document for their own community, own area, is through the municipal official plan, zoning bylaws, things like that. So province set establishes the directives for policies and regulations, and then municipalities create their own documents under the planning to deal with land use matters. We're on slide 9 if you're following along. The 3 principal documents, 2 of the 3 we use more commonly, the Ontario Planning Act, the Provincial Planning Statement, and the Northern Ontario Growth Plan. Those are the 3 primary documents we look at from a provincial perspective. Not as much so in the Northern Ontario Growth Plan, but we can get into that. So on slide 10, the Planning Act, there isn't a day that goes by where we don't reference the Planning Act in some form or fashion. That really establishes what the municipality can do in terms of land use planning. Mr. Mayor mentioned that this is a legislative meeting. So if you went to section 26 of the Planning Act, it will lay out the notice requirements for this meeting, basically say how the meeting works. So that's no different than a rezoning application or a minor variance application or a consent application that council would deal with on a day-to-day basis. The Planning Act essentially establishes the protocols for dealing with the legislation for dealing with applications and what can be done from a land use perspective at the local level. The provincial planning statement onto slide 11. Perfect timing really to be updating your official plan. The provincial planning statement replaced the provincial policy statement in late 2024 in October. And the reason why you have to update an official plan every 5 years, that's the goal in terms of updating official plans, is to keep up to date with the legislation that's in play from a provincial perspective. So that document was just approved. Those policies need to be implemented into the official plan. And as you read planning reports from our office, the common term used in those reports is an application is consistent with the PPS or not consistent. So that's another important document in addition to the Planning Act that we review on a daily basis. Slide 12, the growth plan. We always say it's more of an economic development tool than a land use planning tool. It doesn't get necessarily referenced in all the planning reports we do, but we will review that document through this process to ensure there's any goals or objectives that are captured for the municipality.
All right, just moving on briefly to your official plan that's currently in place. So the current official plan, we don't intend through this, again, this is a review process. It's not a brand new official plan. So we don't intend to modify the structure specifically of the document. So we intend to keep that in place. So effectively, I'm not going to go through all the items on this slide, but effectively how the official plan works is it sets some high level purpose, goals, and objectives of what you want to achieve for different areas, whether it's the environment, whether it's lakes, or whether it's growth. And then it establishes some general policies that apply across the board. It doesn't matter where you are in the municipalities, these are some general policies. And then there's some specific land use designations for those different geographic areas of the province that are of the municipality that I've identified, which those land use designations, they will tell you what's permitted in each area. And then usually there's some policies. So for example, in the shoreline area, you would be permitted residential dwellings or cottages. And there'll be some details about if someone wants to apply for rezoning in that area or for a minor variance, some things that need to be considered when you're evaluating those applications. Those are what the policies typically do. Within your communities, there's some permitted uses about what sorts of uses you would be allowed within your community. So that's how the land use designations work. If you were proposing to rezone lands from residential to commercial or vice versa, there's some policies within those designations that direct you on where it's appropriate and where it's not. So we'll be reviewing all those items as part of this. Then there's some detailed policies about the waterfront and specific lakes. You do have some specific lake policies that flow out of some lake plans. And then there's specific policies about natural heritage and natural hazards. So those are things like wetlands, woodlands, significant woodlands, wetlands. And then the hazards are things like floodlands or lands that are subject to erosion. Why that's all important from a land use planning perspective is that we want to protect those key natural areas. There's significant areas where you could develop or could construct buildings and structures while still maintaining those important natural features. So the idea is to direct development away from those areas. And then the natural hazard piece, that's really public health and safety. Is that part of planning is to make sure we're not building and constructing homes or developments within lands that could erode, could flood. So that's the whole public health and safety aspect. And then the last section of the OP deals with implementation. I was asked a question before the meeting, for example, about can the official plan include items about requiring green building and green construction and energy conservation and those sorts of things. So some of those items relate to building code matters, not specifically OP, but from an official plan perspective, through the implementation section, we see things like enabling policies that would enable council to include some policies that promote different things. So, and would ultimately provide direction on future decisions they make. They don't specifically apply to each land use planning application, but they could divide or could set direction on decisions that council might want to make. So the next slide, 14, is just an example of the land use schedule, of a land use schedule. So there's a number of schedules to the official plan. As part of this process, we'll be undertaking an update. It's very important that residents do review these schedules to make sure that they're accurate. The data that comes from these schedules comes from the Ministry of Natural Resources. So they do have wetland layers, they do have lake layers, and also from the data that's included in your existing schedule. They have other things like wildland fire layers that will be updating your official plan with as well. But it's important, you folks know the lay of the land better than anybody. You live and breathe it. It's important that people review these maps and provide any comments or improvements that we need to make to them. Another example of a schedule is Schedule B, which is on slide 15. That's an example of the natural heritage schedule. So that includes various layers such as deer wintering areas, fish habitat, moose aquatic feeding areas. Again, all these layers come from the Ministry of Natural Resources. So we will be updating the maps with the newest data sets that are available from. So moving on to the next slide, some of the key items that we will address through the application or through this process, and things that we would like to potentially hear comments back on, is that we intend to make the document as user-friendly as possible. As Patrick mentioned, there's statutory requirements here. This is a land use planning document, so there's, but we will do our best to make it as user-friendly as possible. We'll try to make it clear and concise where we can, establish a clear set of expectations. Part of the idea is that when someone's making an application, they should be able to pick up the official plan and get an understanding about what they need to do to be successful in the application or not. And conversely, the neighbors should have an understanding about, based on the official plan policies, about if a neighbor is making an application where they may or may not be successful, or certain mitigation measures that might be. That's the intent of training. That's, I think, one of the objectives of a good official plan doc. We will be providing some updated policies on lake capacity and development. We will be providing some updated policies about affordable housing and opportunities for things like that. Additional dwelling units, there's new provincial legislation around additional dwelling units. We'll be providing updated policies directing the establishment of additional dwelling units, where they can be located. Can they be an accessory building? Where can that be located on the property? And this will ultimately guide the zoning bylaw and what regulations we include in the bylaw. We expect there to be updated policies about home-based businesses, so home occupations or home industries that reflect the fact there is more access to the internet, improved ability to work at home. And hopefully those are items that we provide some more enabling policies to spur on the local economy a little bit more through some other means. So those are some of the things that I would expect we'll be addressing through the process, but certainly we expect to hear more from the public. So just in summary, this process is supposed to, this turning to the slide 17, this process is expected to, if all stays on target, conclude before the year's end. We've got sort of background work, initial document preparation over the next few months, back to the public with a discussion paper and draft OP in sort of early summer. We'll have another open house towards the end of the summer with updated policies or early fall. And then council approval hopefully in December for this document. By all means, any comments you want to provide at any time through Paula at the municipal office, please do so. And we will be consulting with Indigenous communities and other community stakeholders that wish to meet with us through the process. So what I'm going to do now is we'll turn it back over to the mayor, who will now ask if there's any members of the public that want to provide comments on the proposed official plan. If someone's made the comment that you would like to make, it's certainly fine to agree with their comments. We don't have to necessarily restate things, but certainly provide us with whatever feedback you have. We'll take that into consideration. Again, if you come up with ideas after the meeting or in a couple weeks from now, provide those to Paula and we can incorporate that into any of our ideas. Once the public's had an opportunity, there'll also be, if council has any comments or questions they want to make, we can also hear those as well. So that's sort of how we expect to. Thank you for having us.
Okay, thank you very much, Jamie and Patrick.
Yeah, if I could, before it gets into the public, can I just ask one question of Ginger?
Well, sure. I was going to ask if councilors had questions that they wanted to ask first about just about the process in that.
Okay, well,
But well, so
great minds think alike.
yeah, we'll start with that and then we'll open it up to members of the public. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a comment. I think I'm probably getting old because I'm the only one in the room that went through the last official plan review. During the last 18 or 19 years, I've done this a couple times, but
Not true.
uh,
Not that you're the only one. Go ahead. Carry on.
do I still have the floor? Or
You still have the
Or
floor.
are you going to interrupt? Jamie, my question is, we finish off the official plan. I would have hoped to have done it quicker, but you know, it's going to be done by the end of the year. What I recall in the past was then we had to wait for the provincial approval a long time. I'm going to say it was well over a year the last time we did it. And I guess my question is, I understand the enabling or the guiding principle is this official plan, the enabling legislation within the municipality is the zoning bylaw, right? Can we work on the zoning bylaw before the province says we approve your plan? Or is that in limbo during that time?
Yeah, so through your worship to the councillor, Just for the public's benefit, I'll provide, but yes, you can work on the zoning bylaw while the official plan is being considered for approval, but just for the public's benefit. I should have provided some more input on this, or details, but the official plan's the policy document. It sets the direction and the snapshot of what you want your municipality to look like in the future. The zone, within 20 years, the zoning bylaws, we will say the law of the land. That's the document that your chief building official has to look at before they issue a building permit about where you can locate a dwelling on a property, how far it has to be set back from the shoreline, from the front lot line, from the side lot lines, or what uses you can use your property for. So there's those two different documents, official plans policy, zoning's the law of the land. But yes, it does typically take the ministry some time to approve the document. We're hopeful that when we provide the draft document, that they've had a chance to go through it, they provide their comments in that 90-day comment window. And then we're close to an understanding about that. It makes the review time quicker, but it could take some time, but yes, we can.
You can work on the zoning bylaw. Can you implement the zoning bylaw? Or do you have to wait till the province says, okay, your official plan is fine?
Municipality can pass the zoning bylaw at any time. If there was any section of the zoning bylaw that was contingent on the official plan, then there could be some discussion about whether that specific section of the zoning bylaw could actually come into force before the official plan. I'll give you an example. Let's say the official plan, we say, I'm not saying this can happen, but said, all development has to be 40 meters set back from the shoreline in the new official plan, and let's say it's 20 meters in the current official plan. And you go to change the zoning bylaw to say all development has to be set back 40 meters from the shoreline. In theory, you could say, well, that new zoning bylaw doesn't conform with the in effect OP, it conforms to the adopted one, so it might be premature to make that change at this point in time. But it's pretty highly likely that we have that sort of situation. Highly unlikely we'd have that sort of situation.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions from councilors while we're? Councilor Nash.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank you both for doing the presentation today. I know I asked a question before the meeting, a brief one, which was when's the best time for council members to give their input, right? And I appreciate your answer that you're going to be doing the review papers and things like that. So I understand that part better. And what I want to do today is just really sit back and listen to everybody in the room or everybody online that has comments and understand that it's not a debate time, it's just time for the public to really just give their ideas, their take, their wants or their asks as to what they would like to see in an official plan. Doesn't mean it's going to happen or not happen. It's just really time for us all to hear what members of the public might want to see in an updated official plan. So that's what I hope to do today, is just to listen to everybody today. Comments. So thank you.
Okay, anything else? If not, I'll open it up to the public. What I would ask you to do is to go again, as a previous speaker did, to go to the microphone at the podium so that folks online can hear your question or your comments. If you have provided written comments, I'd appreciate if you don't read them. Maybe you can just summarize them quickly. Because we want to provide everybody with an opportunity to speak who wants to. So please go ahead to the microphone and you can either ask questions of our planners and they will try to respond, or you can. Okay, Councilor Lamb.
Are we following delegation rules here? Is that, I mean, what's the time limit? That you haven't spoken to that? Is it 10 minutes that people get to speak?
Well, I would hope it would be 5 minutes, not longer than that, like.
Yeah, there's a lot of
You know,
people. I
if,
just-
if people who have very, but we also have folks on Zoom who perhaps want to make comments as well, so. But if you have something that's, you know, if you've got a half an hour worth of material. My advice to you would be to put it in writing and submit it, because that way. You know, it'll be easier for those who are working on the plan to consider it. We're not trying to, in other words, this meeting is not the whole, the whole input that we're getting for this process. There will be other meetings and other opportunities for people to provide more feedback. So anyway, go ahead, please.
Good morning. Yes, thanks for the presentation and having us here today. Tony Ploxiger from the metropolis city of Ardbeg. I live on a Gooseneck Lake. I have several just brief questions. One is, several years ago, the Gooseneck Lake Association submitted a lake study being incorporated into the official plan. Does that study have to be resubmitted again as part of this now official process, or is it automatically going to be incorporated to the review process?
If it was historically incorporated into the official plan, then it wasn't.
Okay, no, it was submitted for incorporation into the new official plan.
Okay. If you can provide it, I'm sure Paula has a copy, but if you could just connect with Paula, and if she doesn't have a copy, provide it to her, and then we'll definitely take it into consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. That council is fully aware of that because it was presented at council several years ago, but we'll talk to Paula and make sure. The second question I have is, does the official plan have any say in what land use can be incorporated into Crown land?
So through your worship to the resident, it was Tony, right?
Tony.
Okay, so Tony, the official plans typically recognize Crown land, like they would identify them as being Crown land. The provinces the Crown is ultimately responsible for issuing land use permits for anyone that wants to use Crown land for over a certain number of days. But municipal official plans could provide some policies about what the municipality would like or would not like to see on Crown lands. Again, the municipality doesn't have overriding jurisdiction about how that actually happens or not. The other thing I've seen some municipal official plans do is provide some policies about disposition of Crown land as well. If there's an interest in the municipality in obtaining Crown lands for municipal uses, for example, there might be some policies included in the plan about how the municipality would like to use those things. Just setting the framework so that if the municipality wants to go to the province to get some Crown lands to use for something, there's some policy basis. But it can, but it's really high level policies.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next? Take one more from the floor, and then I'll see if there's anybody on Zoom who wants to ask a question, make a statement.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor and Councilor. My name is Alan Story. I'm from Wabash-Cache, 140 Wabash-Cache Lake Road. So thanks for the opportunity to invite us here and go through the process. Thank you for the presentation. Question I think comes to mind sitting here. First question is more to the planning part is, how does the province of the Planning Act assess capacity? And I don't need specifics, but the approach in terms of capacity for lakes, if you could comment on that. And then I have a couple other follow-up questions on that.
Through your worship, just to make sure I get the question, it was, how does the province consider lake capacity?
Yeah, it seems to be a general term, and that seems to be the hot point for all discussions. So we don't seem to get specifics on that. I know there's a planning and a capacity playbook that all municipalities have to follow. I guess the question is, are we as a township in compliance with that? Are there changes being looked at? Because you said in your comments that there may be changes to capacity. Maybe just touch on that a little further, because I think it
Sure.
would probably lower the anxiety in the region.
So I'll start at the top and work my way down. So effectively, in the Planning Act, there's matters of provincial interest in section 2. And natural resources, including water, are identified in section 2. So that sets the framework that we have to protect important features. So then we move to the provincial policy statement. And in the provincial policy statement, there's policies in there that require the protection of, it uses the term sensitive surface and groundwater features. So if we're dealing with Lake Trout Lakes, for example, they'd be considered a sensitive surface water feature, which are a lake. There's definitions in the PPS that speak to those items. So then we move into, and the question is, all right, well, how do we implement those policies in the provincial policy statement that require protection of significant surface water or sensitive surface water features? And the way it's done from the provincial level is there's a document called the Lakeshore Capacity Assessment Handbook, which has been around for quite some time. And it deals with water quality and protecting water quality on Precambrian shield lakes, so lakes that you find in this area effectively. It's got a focus on Lake Trout Lake. So it provides some direction to us as planners on what we should do to establish policies to help protect water quality. One of the ways of protecting water quality is through some development limitations, things like increased setbacks and or limitations on the ultimate number of cottages or lots on a lake. So those are two primary ways in which you manage and ensure that overriding objective of protecting sensitive surface water features is maintained through setbacks and performance standards in your bylaw, or through limitations on the overall amount of lots that be created around a lake or unit. So that's all stuff that we'll have to look at through this process, and are there additional limits that need to be placed or not? I can tell you that the science on this stuff is changing, and that's partly causing some concern with a lot of lake associations and lake folks, because lakes that were once thought to be at capacity may not be at capacity based on newer science, but that's all stuff that we will be looking at as we go through this process.
Okay, so then thank you. So would you see generally, this is a process we're going through, but would you see the municipality, or, say in our case, Wabash Lake, for example, which is a trout lake by the MNR currently, would you see drastic changes, or, and given science aside, would you see or envision changes to the existing protocols, which in my opinion, and in support of correspondence received through Ed Bennett family, are robust enough? I personally don't see the need as a resident full-time to have more rules. I think they're robust. I think they're holistic. I think what we probably want to have assurance that they're being followed. But as a side note, if it means in association proposing more restrictions that already seem to be in place, I'm not for that. Speaking for myself and my wife. However, do you envision drastic changes to capacity? And appreciating you may not have that answer, but I think it's everybody in the room probably and online would appreciate that drives forward what we need to do, talk about a plan.
Your worship, it's difficult to, I'd be speculating if I answered that, but I can't imagine there'd be drastic's a pretty dangerous planning word that I chose, like destructive words, but I I would not suspect that to be the case. But things like you mentioned something there about ensuring rules are followed to begin with.
Right.
It's like something the official plan could identify that is maybe there needs to be an enhanced septic reinspection program. Like that could be something the DOP could include from an implementation perspective if it's desired. So those are the sorts of things that an OP could also do. Like septic reinspection isn't a land use planning item specifically, but it ultimately is a decision council that has a direct relationship to the quality planning decisions that get made. So you can put those sorts of things in the implementation section. Council could if they so choose.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there somebody on Zoom who wishes to raise a question or make a statement?
Mayor Comrie, it's John Hertel from the Lorimer Lake Association, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Comrie and members of council. I think there's very consistent agreement just based on the conversations today about either owners, people who live or cottage in our beautiful area, in terms of the concerns for the future, not so much the present, but making sure, for example, that we collectively are preserving our lakes and the areas surrounding the lakes for generations to come. I would like to, sorry, go ahead. I thought so.
No, you go ahead.
All right, I'll carry on.
Yes, you have-
I think it is important for us to mention that as a lake association, we are not against development. I think sometimes lake associations can be seen as being perhaps too concerned about their own needs. And we want to assure the mayor and council and other members that we are not against development. We're just very much for the necessary protections that will help preserve our lakes for generations to come. We did provide a short submission, so I'm not going to read that, but I would like to just highlight a couple of points. First, that we all feel quite privileged to have either a cottage or a home in this amazing part of Ontario, surrounded by pristine lakes. And on the surface, one of the observations, I guess, is that the official plan will potentially have both, I'll say, umbrella guidelines and policies, as well as some lake-specific ones. And that's really where we would like to focus our comments. Like a few other people on the call, we represent a lake trout lake, and Lorimer Lake has been categorized at capacity, but to Jamie and Patrick's comments, we realize that technology has changed drastically, and that definition is not as, I'll say, pure as it was at one point in time. And we've seen exceptions come through that, quite frankly, we're pretty comfortable with based on the technology that was incorporated. I think it is important that while we recognize that the area itself is filled with beautiful, pristine lakes, that some of them, like lake trout lakes, are absolutely unique and therefore require very lake-specific policies to ensure the future of the lake and the species both in and around the lake. I found it interesting when looking up some of the materials that of all the lakes in Ontario, just 1% of them contain lake trout. And through a wide variety of studies, we all know that they are particularly vulnerable to human activities that come along with additional lots being added to the through development. All the obvious things that results in some deforestation, additional boat traffic, additional fishing, shoreline erosion, etc. And in Lorimer Lake, there are just 3 pockets, if you will, that are deep enough to support lake trout year round. So we recognize that therefore, in this case, additional development must be really mindful of the balance that's needed with environmental protection. So as I'm sure others on the call would offer, and my last comments would be that we really hope that the official plan will incorporate very lake-specific policies. We'll make sure that as the process unfolds, we provide certainly feedback on any draft materials and more details if we feel there are some gaps. We really hope that at a minimum, when it comes to new severances and building permits, that there would be policies that are specific to the lake that make sure that there's at a minimum an engineering report to ensure there's no negative impact on the water or shoreline quality. And that things that have been mentioned already, like density guidelines, minimum lot sizes, etc., that they would be added into the mix. And that from a, not just, I'll say, total capacity, but even the, I'll say, the evolution of development on our lake be quite controlled. So the number of building permits and the number of severances that are allowed annually, that would be tightly controlled within the official plan. That might, for example, be just one per year so that it comes in slowly. That's it. I just wanted to again thank you, Mayor Comrie and members of council, for the opportunity for us to be represented and to be part of this process. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you. Somebody else on Zoom? Somebody else in the room? Go ahead, please go to the mic.
Hi there, my name is Jim, and our cottage is on Lake of Brash, which is just north of here, north of Maple Island. I haven't got anything specific to say, except I like what council and you're doing about environmental protection and things like that. Because in the big picture of things, we all have to look at the ripple effect of everything that we do. And all of Mother Earth, all of nature has a very specific need for the entire planet. So all I want to say is, the fact that municipality of Whitestone and Parry Sound is a fantastic district that are always looking into protecting the environment, and I just want to make sure that council members and people push forward looking at the big picture of things, so that the little things that we might consider, are they affecting all of the necessary creatures that are out there and that were gifted to this planet to serve the other things. Like not removing all the dead wood, because as a tree falls down, it's necessary for the tree to allow the bugs and all the little critters to grow there and then feed birds and then pollinate all the flowers and other things. So it's just the big picture that I'm always looking at. I've always considered myself a doctor of the environment, and I'm not an official doctor. I didn't get any graduate degree of any kind, but I'm big on acronyms, so I'll just finish with this. My name is Jim, and the acronym for Jim is J, Journey, I, in, M, Motion. So Jim is a journey in motion, And I'd like to do everything that I possibly can to help the environment. And Dr. Echo is what I call myself sometimes. So what does Dr. Echo mean? Well, doctor, daily recommending eco environmentally conscious options. So there's what we can do, we can all become Dr. Echo, daily recommend environmentally options to everyone and everything on the planet that needs protection. I just look at our lake and we very, very seldom, we used to, a long time ago, get more loons that show up, but the loons are disappearing. And, there's a lot of boats, of course, that go so close to the shoreline that they're messing up the shoreline. And that's where a lot of species require in order for them to grow. Anyways, I haven't got anything specific to say. I just want to thank the municipality of Whitestone for looking at the big picture, and I would like to thank the two gentlemen at the back there, Patrick and Jane. Okay, thank you for looking at all this, and let's always consider the ripple effect of what all of us do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Is there anyone else on Zoom who would like to speak? Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak? Okay, let's move on. Okay, I think we've exhausted it for today then. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to reconvene and to adjourn the public meeting and reconvene into a regular meeting. It's moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Nash. If all those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
You, Councillor Woods. That's carried, and it is 11:38. And just under matters arising from the public meeting, could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the official plan presentation from MHPC planners? Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Nash. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Yes. Thank you. That's carried, and I will add to that my thanks to you, Jamie and Patrick, for your help this morning. You're probably not done yet, right? We're going to do some more planning. Sorry, did you want to say something?
No, I thank you for having us today, and thanks everybody for taking the time to come out. The participation makes for a better document at the end of the day, so please don't hesitate to provide comments, and local experience is always the best sort of experience.
Okay, so we have a few minutes before lunch, and I'm wondering if we can try and do some of our planning items. So regular planning items. To do that, we would need to move into committee of the whole. If I could get a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Nash moves, seconded by.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Woods. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. We are in committee of the whole as of 11:40 a.m. So we have three items. The first two are kind of regular planning matters. There is a consent application from Mr. Samatek and a memorandum from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. And I see that our Secretary of the Planning Board, I believe, is on Patrick somewhere.
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, really? Okay, there you are. Thank you. Would you like to introduce this item for us, please, Patrick?
I would. Good morning, Mayor and Council. This application is for three new rural.
Hold on a second, Mr. Mason's here, because I don't know where he went to go outside. Maybe he didn't know that it was coming up next, so you may want to listen to what Patrick has to say.
You want me to go out? Fine.
Well, yeah, if he's still standing outside.
Somewhere, right?
Fine, sorry, yeah, I was.
I just don't want him to miss it.
Oh, you're right. This is the one he was gonna speak
Yeah, that's
to,
right.
isn't it? Yeah. Or maybe he was.
Oh, he will, I think. Here he comes. You're gonna miss it, Jim.
Okay, well, sorry about that. We're now on to an item that you had commented on, which is the application back on Rash. Sorry, Patrick, please continue. This
application.
Patrick, the Secretary of the Planning Board, Patrick Christie he was just introducing this particular item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This application is for three new rural lots on the private road that runs parallel to Sam's Lane. These lots will not front on Sam's Lane. They will actually front on the roadway constructed through the Samatek lands, I believe by Mr. Mason, for Mr. Mason's access to his what was previously a water access lot, but this private road would access these three severed lots. As we know, Whitestone's official plan allows for backlot development, and so these three rural lots would have 100 meters of frontage and 2 hectares in area. The 100 meters of frontage, of course, being on this private road constructed by Mr. Mason. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Jim, if you'd like to speak, you can please go back to the microphone again.
Okay, thank you. I understand that I have no control over somebody applying for severance or what they want to do. And as I previously mentioned, I just am concerned, the big picture of everything and the ripple effect that it can have on everything. But specifically, I have the map, okay, the survey that shows where I call it Mason Way. That's the road that I have built, going all the way from the open municipal road agreement to where my property is. And, on this map, it shows the yellow line, which is my road access, is right up against Sam's Lane. But it is not there. There is an opening between Sam's Lane and I call the Mason Way, because that's the road that I get. And I just want to make sure that any severances and do not cross over the road that I built to, because I don't want to have any potential issues with any new owners at some point in time. And we're not doing anything with our property. It's going to be handed down to our kids, and we just love the privacy and the rural area, the wild wilderness area that it's in. And I can show pictures of where the space is between our driveway road and Sam's Lane, to make sure that the severances don't go all the way to Sam's Lane, because then I could be considered trespassing against the new owner's property. And that's the original reason why I couldn't use Sam's Lane to get to our property, because all the present owners there didn't want me driving on Sam's Lane, because I would be trespassing against each one of their lanes to get to the end of Sam's Lane to get to my place. So I don't want any future problems moving forward. I wish I could have had an agreement with the people at Sam's Lane, but there's always up in the air stuff that's going on that a lot of people don't know about. And I'm a pretty quiet person, so I just don't like to argue all the time with everybody. But I just want to protect our property so that we continually have usage to this road. And of course, there is maintenance considerations. I haven't asked Mr. Samitik, for any assistance for the road building, because I didn't think he was going to be severancing, future properties. And anyways, I just want to protect our availability and access to our property moving forward. And yes, there are concerns about the environment, and there is some wetlands in the area, and make sure that, it is MNR approved as well as, Fairtown District Municipality Waste approved.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question, if I may, which I don't know whether Patrick, you can answer it, or whether Jim can answer it, but it's not clear to me from the diagram that is in the package, which is on page 3 of Patrick's report, page 14 of the agenda. I understand that the lane that goes to Mr. Mason's property is right above or parallel to Sam's Lane, but how much space is there in between Sam's Lane and that other lot? And I'm really trying to understand why these additional lots are being serviced by Mr. Mason's road as opposed to Sir Sam's Lane.
Is this a question to me?
Well, I believe that Councillor Lamb's got a.
Here. Yes, that's our road allowance, and then it was straight.
So, yeah, all right, so I see on a slight bigger diagram, it looks like there's a very small amount of space between the two roads, but is either of these roads on a municipal road allowance or?
Yes.
Okay, well, once you cross the bridge from Ladd's Road continues going in that direction. But then you immediately turn right on, which is municipal, unopened municipal road allowance. Everybody calls that Sam's Lane, but it doesn't start until you get almost to the end of the first person's property there, where Sam's Lane continues to go east, but then the unopened municipal road allowance goes north. I carry on directly from the municipal road allowance to approximately, I haven't officially read, but it's about 150 meters. Okay, before I turn right onto the deeded road access that the agreement I have with Mr. Samatic. So I could show you a picture to show you the distance. If you want me to, I can bring it to you now.
Well, yeah, it may be the one, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so first off, this is the unopened municipal road allowance that goes all the way from Ladd's Road. You can see that that's where Sam's Lane goes, and it's right here where you turn right to go up. Okay, and so this is where it is, and there's, okay, Sam's Lane continuing. And then if you turn around and look the other way, okay, that's me going out now down this road to get back to Ladd's Road. So, you know, there is space all the way to the end of Sam's Lane like that. And I just want to make sure that there's no something interrupting the rules that me.
Okay, Tad, I think I understand the situation. I guess my question, and this is really a question for Patrick, is what in your proposal to approve these consents, what's the remedy to ensure that there isn't any conflict or confusion regarding rights of way in these properties? You have a situation where Mr. Samatik's property is on both sides of the road to Mr. Mason's property. How is this to be sorted out by easements, or is it to be sorted out by the 5126, or what's the solution? So that we don't get it.
I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor, yes. The lots must front on the right of way, which is Mr. Mason's road. They must front on it. They will not cross the road. And as far as Sam's Lane itself, Sam's Lane is actually divided up and owned by the lots that front on it. In this case, the new lots will not own the right of way through Samatek's land that Mr. Mason uses. They will simply front on the private road and stop at the private road itself. I hope that helps.
So is there a mechanism to ensure that these three additional potential users of that right of way contribute to the maintenance of it?
As far as I've been told, that becomes a civil matter.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna let other people, I'm not happy with that answer, but by the way, Councillor Nash, we'll let other people ask questions. I'm just trying to get clarity around what we're doing here. I thought.
Yeah, so the way I look at this, and Patrick, I have a number of questions and then I'll summarize at the end. So the way I look at this is Mr. Samatek applying for 3 lots. Currently, Mr. Mason has an easement or right of way over Mr. Samatek's land to get to his land. So all Mr. Samatek is doing is adding 3 lots. Mr. Samatek is still the owner of the land that Mr. Mason uses to get to his property. He just has the right of way to go across it, but Mr. Samatek actuality has complete ownership of that easement. He's given Mr. Mason the right to use it or the right to build a road or whatever it might be. So in the consent application, Patrick, Mr. Samatek is proposing to front the 3 new lots on that existing right of way, which Mr. Mason uses, but that is Mr. Samatek's land, correct?
That is correct.
And what private individuals do on a land being, I want to pay $200 towards my road group, or I don't want to pay, that is not something that we as a municipality, I'm saying a statement here, normally get involved in. That's up to the individuals to settle. We don't want to start managing private roads, who pays, who doesn't, who does this on Schwanica Lake Road, who doesn't, or who does this on Balsam Road, or who doesn't. That's a civil matter, I think, as you said, Patrick. But where I was going on it was one of the conditions, condition number 1 said confirmation from the fire chief that the access road can accommodate a fire truck for emergency services. That's on page 19. And I know that you and I had spoken about this, and I had reservations that that should be a condition for several reasons. And I did follow up with the fire chief. And I asked several questions, so I just want to go over it now. And my questions to him was, I said, I was reading the report from the agenda item 5.1.1 Samatek. Within the report, under its recommendations, it notes the following: confirmation from the fire chief that the access road can accommodate a fire truck for emergency services. And then I went on to say, I'm not familiar with seeing this as a condition on many other consent applications that I have seen, and don't even know how this can be a condition for some consents, such as waterfront lots or seasonal lots with no winter maintenance or plowing. Can you please answer the following questions? And what I asked was, would you agree that this item quoted above can be removed as a suggested requirement on the consent application? And the fire chief answered yes, that we don't need this as a condition. And then number 2, I said, does the fire department require that a fire truck can drive down other private roads through waterfront lots such as Red Gate Lane? The answer is no. Does the fire department require that a fire truck can drive to a water access lots, such as water access lots in Bolger? Not the road to Bolger itself, but that you're able to drive the truck right to the water access property? The answer is no. And it goes on. So this condition of needing a fire truck to drive down the lane is not a condition that we need. It's nowhere in our official plan. If there's an accident in the middle of the bush somewhere, the fire department will always do their best to go there, whether it's a forest fire or an ATV accident. They have ATVs, they have boats. So I'd suggest that this condition of a fire truck being able to go down and be removed, as when we passed this backlot development, what it said, or what we added to our official plan, was item 9.0.6. I'm gonna try and read my handwriting here. And it states, existing non-waterfront lots on private or unassumed roads that have a registered right-of-way or some form of legal access are eligible for development, including consents or building permits. That's it. It doesn't say it's based on having to drive a fire truck down or none of this. So I have no problem with the consent application being approved. I would ask that item number 1 be removed when we go to be voting on it. And when it comes to item number 6, and Patrick, I hope you understand what I'm saying here. We have on our conditions payment of all applicable planning board fees. And going forward, I think that's something that should be more, a planning board matter, not a municipal board matter, right? So in our resolution, we note that the municipality fee should be paid, but I don't think we should be noting that the planning board fee should be paid. This is going forward. I think that's something that when the planning board brings a file up at the planning board, that item can be added as a condition of the planning board, if that makes sense, just to simplify things going forward. And I know I asked one last question here, and I know I asked, it's gonna come up on the next one, but I understand there might be some, you know, you've done, I think, Mr. Mason, quite a bit of work on your, what you said was my private driveway, right? You sent an email, right? And I think one thing that should be remembered is, yes, it's your private driveway, but it's going over Mr. Samatek's property, and I really hope that yourself and Mr. Samatek or other people or whoever might buy these lots would contribute to whatever you're gonna do to improve that driveway area. If you've spent some money on it, I do feel that, yes, you should be given some money back from Mr. Samatek for that, and they should contribute going forward. But unfortunately, I'm gonna say it's not a municipal matter, it's a civil matter, as Patrick had said. But I really hope everybody can come together and pitch in like that, because I hear too often, not on this road, but on many roads. So-and-so didn't pay, what do we do? Or this person never paid, so now I'm not paying. It becomes a big problem, right? So I hope that something can happen there, that for all the work that you've done, which, you know, it looks like you spent a lot of money and put in culverts and stuff for that portion that will be fronting those new properties, that hopefully the applicant will work with you to reimburse you somehow on that. And I hope that can be done. And then of course, when it comes to building permits and stuff like that, hopefully whenever they might cut a tree down or whatever they need to do, or they put their septics in, they do it in an environmentally friendly way. And they follow what rules we have there, and do it in the timelines and areas that they should do it to help preserve our environment the best they can. So I hope you understand my position in improving it, but I do hope that you can work with them to get some money for your portion of the road that you've worked hard on doing, if that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you. Let's put this on. Yeah, I spent a little bit of time last weekend on this file, I guess. And there's quite a history back there. Starting with a hunt camp 10, 12, 15 years ago, whatever, wanting to get in. And they were the original ones that opened the road allowance that Mr. Mason is talking about. And at that time, there is a wetland back in that property on lots number 1 and 2. And they made a corduroy road and took the drainage and changed it. What resulted was a flood on Sam's Lane that caused $22,000 worth of damage to Sam's Lane at the time, and I have pictures and things of that damage. And then subsequent to that, Mr. Mason went in and, you know, got permission to go over the road allowance plus permission to be rezoned and go to his place. So I don't know, one question while I think of it, when you were rezoned, Mr. Mason, did we ask for the fire chief to authenticate that a fire truck could go down to your place? I don't have that in front of me, right? So maybe it's already been done. In other words, if it was done at that time, you don't need to replicate it again, because, you know, if anything, it's improved since that time, right? So anyway, life is kind of unfair because, as you say in your email, you put all this money into your lots or into your roads or your road and you know, it's unfair that these people will then get to use it and really, you know, you have to take it up civilly if they don't contribute to that road. And that is kind of unfair, but it is private land and, I'm not sure there's anything we can do about that. I am concerned about the swamp. I'm going to be suggesting when we get to the actual motion that we add into the motion that no building can take place within 30 meters of the swamp area so that it can't be changed and then affect your road or Sam's Lane or whatever. And there's no doubt there is a swamp back there. I have an email dating back to 2015 where Mr. Samatek himself is arguing when the original Uncamp went in there, is arguing that there's a swamp back there and we should be very careful and blah, blah, blah. So he even admits as the owner that there's a swamp on severed lot 1 and part of lot 2. So the other thing that hits me here is, and again, this is how people get around things. If he went to 4 or 5 lots, it would be called a subdivision. And of course, all the steps and the requirements would be greater and greater and greater, right? So what's happening here is he's going to do 3. I don't know what his business is. I haven't talked to him, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if 2 years from now came back for another 3. And then 2 years after that, another 3. And that's a pretty tranquil rural area, but that's what you get, I guess, when you allow backlot development, which we did. How do you stop it, right? And I don't think there is. So that's a long-winded thing, but I am concerned about the swamp, and we'll be asking for a change to the motion with respect to that. And I don't think there's much else we can do to help you, Mr. Mason, other than that. But those are my comments. Thank you. And if there's anything, Patrick, that I've said is wrong, you can correct me if you would.
No, I don't believe there's anything incorrect stated, Councillor Lamb. One thing I can suggest is that these lands need to be rezoned anyway. Perhaps we could, during the zoning process, we could zone the wetland and a 30-meter buffer outside of it as environmentally protected. Could certainly do that during the rezoning process. And I've done that setback roughly on the mapping, and there should be a significant land left to build on, given the front yard setbacks and a 30-meter setback from the wetland. I hope that helps.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor, just in regards to what Patrick is saying there?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So a couple of questions, Patrick. If we were to add an environmentally protected area on private property, would the applicant be entitled to go to the OLT, Ontario Land Tribunal?
Yep.
And
Hello? Sorry, I didn't hear the answer to the question, Patrick.
A rezoning is required because obviously these lands, all of Samatek's lands are currently zoned waterfront, and these lots would be rural. So a rezoning is required, and the applicant could, in theory, appeal his own rezoning.
so sorry, I think you might have misunderstood. If we put a condition that says part of his land's environmentally protected as a condition, he could appeal that, right?
Because it would be part of a rezoning, yes.
Yeah. And with the new the new OLT, I understand that when it comes to municipalities, fees can be awarded to the applicant if we aren't successful in defending it. But my main question is, I don't hesitate that there's an environmental area there. Maybe there's another mechanism we can use. However, based on the Ministry of Natural Resources, are there any significant wetlands in Whitestone? from a ministry point of view?
There are different classifications, but if you're speaking about provincially significant wetlands, then no. They have a much different setback, different criteria, but provincially significant, no.
And what happened in Carling when people tried to say that there's some significant wetlands in areas? I understand that once you start that, it's a road you might not want to go down, because now Carling is unable to ditch a bunch of the roads because they touch wetlands. Is that correct?
They had a number of wetlands identified as provincially significant, and the area outside of that gets considered for development is 120 meters. So you're still able to do some things, but it requires further setbacks, further study if you want to do something within that 120 meters of a provincially significant
Ditching
wetland.
some of their ditches has become a problem, right?
Well, I have seen where ditches have been deemed to be provincially significant.
I guess where I'm going is, if I got an application, or if I applied to the ministry and said, I'm gonna fill my little wetland on my property, the ministry, we can use West Tech as an example. The ministry isn't gonna say anything. They're gonna actually give approval for somebody to do something like that because it's a private property. Or if that wetland was created by a beaver dam, you're allowed to remove the beaver dam. I know even the mayor said that happens on his property sometimes. It's happened on many people's properties, and they're within their right to remove that kind of stuff. So I know there's a wetland there. Maybe there's a way of asking for a species at risk report or something like that, which I know I've said many times, and I'm always shot down at council when I suggest something like that, because there's no mechanism that we can enforce it in our official plan.
Go for that.
Right? So I know that happened many times in the last year. I'll ask for reports and it's always no, 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 no. We don't need them or we can't do it. So what in our official plan could make us ask Mr. Samatek to do an environmental study? Do we have a mechanism that we can do it?
It is mentioned in the official plan, but as you say, many times they have been required in the past.
Oh, I was just gonna say,
I'm sorry, Councillor Nash, if I may add to what I just said, there's nothing identified in the mapping, in the official plan mapping or zoning mapping that shows this wetland. We do know the wetland is there. So there was nothing in my initial review of this that would trigger a study. Now that we know wetland is there, perhaps I believe if a study was conducted, a 30-meter setback would be required in 99% of cases.
And I guess it's dumb to ask, but why would that be when people are closing Shore Road allowance and we say, let's do a fish assessment? No, 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 we can't make them do that. Or when people were doing a development not far from the dump in Alls. No, no, we don't need to make them do that. We can't make them do it. It says, we might think about it, but we can't make them because our official plan doesn't allow me. I think we go down a really slippery road that when we treat one person differently than we treat the next person, that becomes a really slippery slope. I do hope in our new official plan, we have these mechanisms, which I've asked for since I've been on council dozens of times, and it's always, well, we shouldn't do that. We didn't make the last person do it. Why would we make the next person do it? And then in a case like this, well, let's make this person do it. And once we do that, anybody, the next time somebody does the next back lot, there's going to be a little wet area, and then that's going to have to be reviewed. And it's really going to stop everybody from doing anything, or even on a lake, unless we do these proper studies. So I'm really torn on what to do here. maybe it's not approved today. And maybe Mr. Samatek can go on voluntary and go and do a species of risk study. Because how would we know how big that wetland is if there is one there? We couldn't define that. It would have to be Mr. Samatek to define it through a report, right? So it's kind of, anyways, I'm really stuck in what to do here, but that's all up for my comments. Thank you.
And I rebut Councilor Nash if I get to do that, I think. Yeah, I mean, I thought simply saying these are big envelopes, simply by saying you can't build within 30 meters of the swamp or wetland or whatever, but that was the less egregious step, Mr. Samatek. We want to put in a species at risk study, that's even better, right? There's more onerous on him, because I suspect it's going to come back and say there's bugs or whatever, and here's what you need to do. So either one remedies what I think is you need to do something on it, right? So I could live with either one, quite frankly. I don't believe it should be voluntary. I think he should be forced to do it. Particularly when I have an email where he's arguing about his own wetland under a different set of circumstances. You can't suck and blow at the same time, right? And he was complaining 10 years ago with the camp of this wetland. Anyway, so either remedy is fine with me. I think the less egregious one is to simply say you can't. And there's enough building envelopes, are there not, Patrick, on lots 1 and 2?
There are, yes, from my calculations.
Yeah, so it's no problem. You just don't build within 100 feet of it or whatever, right?
And the only thing I'm concerned about is somebody, I'm sorry, is that better? One of the things that I'm concerned about is costs, right? If I'm correct, lots in that area, based on the plans we've gotten, I've gone to the Ontario Land Tribunal in the past, like right next to here. So I would assume if we put something in here, we're gonna end up with the Ontario Land Tribunal spending 30, 40, 50 grand defending a position that on his private property is a wetland. We're gonna lose that argument and we're gonna pay his 30 or 40 grand and our 30 or 40 grand. Because that's what they're gonna do if we lose. That's what I'm nervous about, is putting in a condition that we don't normally put in. And then losing that case and having to spend not only our money, but ours and his money. That's what I'm more concerned about when I've never seen something like that done on any backlot development or any waterfront development before.
Well, just for clarification, Patrick, I've seen the 30-meter setback on several files over the years. This isn't something new. Isn't that true? We just make this up and this is the first time we're going to use it?
No, generally when a biologist looks at a wetland, identifies it as a wetland, the 30-meter buffer is the recommendation.
Well, certainly, if we have evidence that there's a wetland back there, and we do, then we can order a study.
So
if he takes us to the tribunal for ordering a study, God bless him. I think he'd lose.
that's what I was going to say, Councillor Lamb. Which biologist said that's a wetland? It's designated as a wetland.
Well, we know there's evidence. People are contacting us. We know it did damage last 10 years ago to a road when it was changed. So, and we've got enough, we have enough evidence that we could order a species at risk study. That could be part of it. And if he sues us and takes us to the land tribunal, God bless him. There are certain things that you can't run away from, right? So anyway, I guess we'll debate this when the file comes back up and make our final decision and vote on it. So.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Woods, did you have any comments or questions about this?
Mr. Mayor, thanks through you. My whole question is, I understand what everybody's saying about the wetland, or there's a potential wetland back there. But until we had it verified by somebody with some credentials behind their name to state that, we're just, going off old pictures and things that we've been told by somebody in the area, right? But where you're allowed to build and how close to a wetland, that comes under the building code, no? Like, well, why would we not, if I saw somebody and they had, say, not this file, 100-acre parcel, and they were gonna split 3 lots off, and those 3 lots that they were gonna split off, half of them were swamp, you still let them subdivide the lots. It's when it comes to building and septic installation, that's when those triggers would come into effect, no? You still let them subdivide the lots.
I guess my answer to that is that normally if we saw that the lot might not be buildable, yes, someone could say, yeah, I still want to sever it and I still want to own it and have my own little piece of wilderness. But I think as a municipality, we have an obligation to say to them that lot is not buildable. Or these are gonna be the restrictions on what you can build in it, because otherwise you're gonna come back later, or some successor in title is gonna come back to us later and say, well, the municipality, you let us create the lot, you let the lot be created in the first place, and I bought it in good faith, assuming that it was buildable, and now you're telling me, no, sorry, you can't get a building permit.
I'm gonna ask a really dumb.
Okay, wait, can I finish there, please?
Councilor Woods.
Yeah.
So these are 100-meter frontage width, we're talking, right? And what, 300 and change from what I'm looking at in the paperwork in front of me in length, basically? So 2 hectares, what, 5 acres? That about right, Patrick? Somewhere around there?
That is correct, yes.
Would there be enough property? Like, I'm looking at one of the programs that I have on my phone while we're in the meeting here. You trying to tell me there's not enough area for somebody to build a house or a cottage on 5 acres?
I'm
Come on.
not suggesting that there isn't, I'm suggesting that there might be some constraints on where they could actually build.
Okay, but I mean, looking at the paperwork that we have in front of us, these pictures that we have, I mean, they're not always the greatest, but there's other cottages built around here, right? The roadway goes through there, correct? So there should be enough room to at least say it was a small house or a small little cottage that somebody wanted there. Or even if somebody didn't want to build on it, like, we need to remember that somebody might not want to build on it, but they might want to use it for their address. They could come up and they can walk their kids through their property to introduce them to the outdoors, or turn up one of these lots over to a land trust for people to be able to go to. It's got nothing to do with building when it comes to severances. The severance is you sever the lands. The building, all that would come in when someone wants to build something. That's when we should be putting those restrictions. And I'm not saying I disagree with us putting conditions on things. That's why I'm happy that we're doing an OP review, to be honest with you, because I think there's been things missing. But until we have all of those things in place, we just can't go imposing them, because there's been multiple instances where I've watched everybody argue against doing these things. But that's only seems like when it suited individual members, right? Everybody needs to get treated the same, regardless of whether or not we like anybody. We leave our personal feelings aside and we do the job at the table. Full stop. When we all work together through the OP and we want to introduce restrictions like this, that's when we should all be doing it.
Okay, thank you
If
for
I
that.
might, I was just gonna say to you, Mr. Mayor, my dumb comment or question would be, and I appreciate Councillor Woods' comments there, but right now, if Mr. Samatek didn't subdivide, there'd be nothing stopping him from saying, you know what, I'm gonna bring in 150 loads of fill, I'm just gonna plow it over my land. Not one thing we could do to stop. one thing. So trying to impose something to stop one on Severn, getting there, because you're allowed to do it. That's my problem. Because our OP doesn't allow us to do it, which is why, as Councillor Woods has said, if we treat everybody the same, which is what we actually have been trying to do for the last year, why we haven't been pushing for those reports. That's what I'm afraid of. And yes, I full-heartedly agree with Councillor Woods that in a new official plan, that if you're gonna sever a lot, you should be required to do a species at risk assessment. You should be required to do a fish habitat study if you're buying shoreline or rural land. We just don't have it there now, which is a real unfortunate part. But anyways, I just wanted to say that part. It's like, I really feel stuck between a rock and a hard spot on this one and the next file because of those things. Right?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Can we move on? And how do we beat this thing to death?
Well, I think we kind of have, I only have two concerns which I can state very quickly. I guess the first one is this thing that we're talking about, which I realize is a dilemma, and that anything new what's already been said by others, but I don't want to add unnecessary conditions to an application that is straightforward, but and it's got nothing to do with who owns the property or where that, but I haven't walked it myself personally, so I don't know. I have no more information that I can apply to whether it's suitable for this or not. And whether there should be constraints on it or not. But the other thing that I am concerned about, of course, is that there's a whole bunch more property there, which, and this could be an attempt to get 3 consenting now, and then later on 3 more and 3 more. And I do have a concern about that, and my solution to that would be to add a condition that simply says, if you come back for any more, it's got to be a plan of subdivision, and that lets the person know that, we're not going to create a giant subdivision by serial consent, right?
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I'm gonna ask Patrick a simple question, and we've been told this at least 100 times on the council. You can apply for a consent application to do 30 lots if you want, as long as you don't have any extension of municipal services. Because we don't have water, because we don't have sewers, there is no number to stop it. We know that. John Jackson said that many times, and then we bring it up when we might not like somebody, as Councillor Wood said. Well, maybe we just say you can only do 3, and then we're going to stop them. And then he'll take us to the OLT, and he'll win, because you're allowed to do a consent after consent. But if Mr. Samatek wanted, he could have applied for 6 lots at this time under a consent, and he would have been granted it. So Patrick, just a simple yes or no. I know the wording says normally it's 3 + 1, but is it correct that you can do more than 3 lots under a consent application, which I know John Jackson said many times?
You're right, 3 + 1 is the standard. I have seen 4 done under 4 new lots under 1 consent. I have not seen more than that done under consent, but I have seen a consent and then a waiting period and an additional consent.
And I know John Jackson has told me that he's done up to 12 in the past under a consent. So,
Okay, well,
I don't, by imposing these conditions, we're just gonna make sure that he sends us right to the OLT.
well, I'm sorry about that, but why do we even spend any time on these things, I guess? The Planning Act gives the planning authority the ability to make decisions based on local conditions. Otherwise, the province would have some giant AI machine and everybody would just put their data in and they just say, yeah, you can do it. No, you can't do it. We have the opportunity, and we're in this meeting, we're a proxy for the the planning board, because we're gonna give them some advice here. To say, this is, we get to draw some lines in the sand if we want, and I think if council is not ever prepared to do that, I don't buy this, well, we can't do anything that might get us to the OLT. If that's our position, we should really limit the amount of time we spend talking about these and just let them go through, because, you know,
Mr. Mayor, I couldn't agree more. Most of these consent applications, just like most things on our agenda, should take 2 minutes to talk about, not an hour to talk about. It's because we want to treat everybody different and do all these things. And the planning board, the OLT and us can only rely on the provincial policy statement, which nothing he is doing is wrong. We can try and put everything in, but we don't win when somebody challenges. That's all.
okay, well, we're in committee of the whole, and we have one more matter. I don't know, I'm looking, is our lunch ready? I suppose it is, right? But Mr. Hall is next, right? Well,
No, let's get your result.
I mean, I think for the committee of whole, a part of it, can we move on to the next one, please? Patrick,
He had his hand up.
oh, sorry,
I just wanted to confirm one thing, that on page 13, it says the proposed new lots will front on this private road. So that means it will not cross the private road. And then on page 14, where under the existing lot conditions, the last part of the sentence says that frontage on a year-round road maintained private road owned by the applicant. Just want to clarify that town hasn't done any year-round road maintenance on that entire road. I've done it all. It says in here that he is maintaining private road maintenance. So again, I'm not trying to hurt Hannaford in any way. I just don't want to be hurt myself, because my whole life I've been, you know, looking at people and trusting, and I don't want to be screwed somehow moving forward, and I don't want more of my kids to be screwed somehow when they inherit.
And
Mr. Mayor, can I speak?
Patrick, go ahead, please.
That's me. That's Mr. Samote. Can I speak?
just let me finish here. I think that's Mr. Samatek, but Mr. Mason, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think when you were reading, I had to find it on page 14 where it says on the Brash River and over 740 meters of frontage on a year-round maintained road owned by the applicant. I think what it said there is true. You might do the maintenance and you might have done the road, but it's a road that he still owns, right? That's the thing that we have to remember.
Well, I'm not worried about that because I never asked Sam for any,
Mr. Mayor, can I speak?
My concern is
Can I speak?
that, I don't want potential other people abusing the road and whatever, okay, going up and down with ATVs and knocking the crap out of the road, that I would have to maintain for my wife to drive her car into our property. And that's why my biggest concern is that any future severances do not include the actual road. So then if I have an issue, I can simply talk to Mr. Samatek. And we have had a good relationship and I appreciate it. And I haven't asked him for any help with me building the road and moving forward. I don't want to be left out of the park, okay, because potential other owners, okay, could screw up the present conditions I have with Mr. Samatek.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak? Mr. Mayor, can I speak?
Well, sorry, I want to
Nice.
follow up. Questions
speak?
from council?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak?
In a minute, Mr. Samatek.
Okay,
So my concern, Jim, by your question seems to be, oh, the lots go up to, but do not include the road that I built. Are you trying to somehow infer that these people can't use the road? Because Mr. Samatek owns the road and they can use that road if he gives them, I guess, an easement over. Wouldn't he have to do the same sort of thing to give an easement to the 3 new lots to say you can use the road that you built, right? That's what the future would be.
Instead, I just don't want to be stuck in a hole where these potential new property owners would be screwing up the road.
Yeah.
And then I'm maintaining it without any support from Mr. Hamdick or any of the future people, all right? I want to continue having a good relationship with Mr. Samatek. We've had a good relationship and I appreciate the road agreements that we have. I just don't want anything to be in jeopardy of that with potential new severance owners, that's all.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
can I speak, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thank you. Go
Mr.
ahead,
Mayor.
Mr. Samatek.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I own this land from 92. I built the same lane, I built all roads. Only Mr. Mason, they built this road on top of this same lane. And for these lots, I can have access legal for them same lane. So he can maintain his on top of the same lane road, so he have access to his property. The rest of the road, I built this road. Mr. Wolf Crossman, he built me everything. And I have one question. Mr. Mason opened the allowance road. Why did Mr. Lamp didn't protest that? I sent the email for the protest that because there was swamp. Mr. Lamp and Mr. Mayor, they allowed the open allowance road. And that time, they didn't want to consider the council and city Whitestone about the species. And I did properly way. I opened a road to the Rabash Lake. I make environment. Forever the council asked me, I followed the rules. And I always follow the rules. And because the some of the councils and Mr. May doesn't like me, you can make me different rule from me, especially Mr. Lamp. Mr. Lamp doesn't like me, doesn't matter. This is the matter. This is for the treatment.
That's way overboard. That isn't true to begin with.
Okay, that's why I always follow the rules by the government and city Whitestone, and I follow. And because I have the problem with the city, yeah, with the Whitestone, yes. Did I broke the law? No. That's the problem. You put me in the court. You put me in the court.
Okay, sorry, we're talking about something that is not.
Yes,
That is
yes.
not related
Yes.
to this application at
Yes,
all,
yes.
so.
Mr.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
I have to cut you off,
Mr.
but.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I know the land very well. This is the only swamp, and the people driving, hunters, and you didn't protect that. Why you open the road for the hunters and they driving all the time swamps? They put the wood, everything, and you do nothing. And Mr. Lamp now have the question because I divide the land because he doesn't like me. He put the
Okay,
question.
sorry.
Come on.
You're out of order, Mr. Samatek, and I think we're gonna wrap this matter up now, because we've got one more to do, and then we're gonna take a break,
Can
so.
I just say one thing to Mr. Samatek? Sam, I know that originally you had this little ATV walking trail going through, but that wasn't drivable. I put the money into it. I didn't ask you for any money, and I've always respected you. The only thing that I'm concerned about is moving forward with any severances. Am I going to be at risk for the use of this land or to have some sort of agreement that we originally have, that you would contribute to the maintenance of the road. I built that road, Sam. Yes, you
No,
started
no.
it. But all it
Mr. Mason, you
was
you didn't
small
build the
little
road.
trail that you had built, okay?
You didn't build the road.
So I don't want to have any negative issues with you, Sam. I want to continue moving forward. I just don't want to have our position, okay, screwed up by any potential owners. That's all I'm saying.
You didn't screw up. Listen, Mr.
Okay,
Mason.
sorry, we can't have conversations going back and forth between ratepayers and the council meeting. I'm sorry. I'm gonna cut this discussion off right now. And we'll move on to the next application, which is 512. Patrick, can you give us a quick introduction, please, on that one?
I can, Mr. Mayor. This application is for the creation of 3 rural lots that front on the municipally maintained portion of Amarak Trail. I believe on the one lot, Mr. Hall has identified where a driveway might go and where a building site might be. There is a wetland at the back of proposed severed lot 1, but the identified building site is approximately 80 meters from that location. I just want to note that the difference is with these lots, these are not back lots. This is the municipally maintained portion of Amarak Trail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The applicant has been patiently waiting here. Mr. Hall, would you like to, do you have any comments you want to make about your application? Yes, sorry, you do need to go to the mic if you don't mind, so that people can hear what you have to say.
Yeah, just these, one of these 3 lots, I have a very big in the Aqua community, 3 on shore. And I know a lot of families are struggling to buy houses. Especially houses that are not needing $1 million to fix up.
Can you just talk right into the mic? It's hard to.
Oh, so I do have, I'd like it to be attainable housing, so fair price for good houses. I don't want to subdivide the whole land. This was never my intention when I purchased the land. It was mainly for my family. But I do want to help these certain families that I do know be able to attain a house and acquire some sort of assets. That's all I have. I'm not really good at public speaking.
Well, that's all right, and thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Hall or for our planner, or Patrick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Nash. It was funny, I joked to you because you were at the back, and everybody left and you came from.
Oh, I'm hard of hearing as well.
So I can never talk loud enough. So I just have a couple of questions for Patrick, and I appreciate staff updating something. Just on the motion, just so when you see it later, if you're here, we did get an update motion that is basically just saying that the new lots payment of parkland dedication fee in accordance. That was missing in one of our initial resolutions. That's a standard item that goes in. So we'll see it later if you stay, but I just spoke with staff because I hadn't seen it there. So I had called Patrick about this file too. Like I said, I have no problem approving your file, just like I said to the last file. However, just like on the last file, I don't think we need to tell you that there's a 30-meter setback. Even though you might know where we want to build, I don't want to dwell on it again, but it's for the exact same reasons that you heard the debate going back and forth for quite some time. That we don't normally do that, and I know your property fairly well in the sense that I've looked at it before a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
5 years ago.
Yeah, so, and I know on your lot, it says building site, which I appreciate what you're gonna do, and I think it's great having younger families or older families or.
Or younger.
Yeah, but whoever it might be, I think it's great for new people to come in. I just, like I said, I hope it's done, septics are done at the right time of year, and the tree cutting and all of that's done at the right time of year, and great thing for you to do. And there's probably more areas you can do down the road, should you want to, and you shouldn't be, right? So it says sever number 1, 2 hectares, so a nice sized lot. And that's the one that they're talking about, the 30-meter setback, and I know that land, I'll call it, is a little bit more defined than the other side of it. Right?
Yes.
But the other side of the road, you know, I know it's some evergreens. I know it can be wet in the spring there and stuff. And that's the slippery slope. What would stop us from saying, well, we want you to do these investigations too? Or so I don't think we need to do them. So I would have proposed on yours simply that we remove the notation. I'm trying to get to the right planning consent of it is. Right now, in our motions, oh, no, never mind, 30 to 30 minutes of that, it was discussed in the report from Patrick. Sorry, that's what I was confused. It was discussed in the report from Patrick, but wasn't put into our motions. Right? But yours is a more defined wetland than the other file. You see where my dilemma is? Not like, I'm agreeing, not needing it for you as well, right? But I think it's the same, so I'll support your motion. I wish you all the best of luck on it. I would assume maybe down the road you'll come for some other ones. But hopefully if it's young families, it's great, and they can get some affordable housing, like you said, which is great. So I think it's fabulous overall. It's great.
I say one,
Yeah.
sorry, not if it's attainable, or it's
Right into the
not
mic,
attainable, it's.
into the mic, please.
Oh, sorry, attainable. But whereas the discussion, it's due diligence, I'm trying to do my due diligence to stay far away from everything.
Yeah.
So I am conscious of the environment. Like I said, I have a young family and they love it there. So we're very conscious of our carbon footprint, I guess you could say, or footprint.
And would it be fair to say similar to what Councillor Wood said on the last file? You probably wouldn't build right in the middle of this area. You'd probably build behind, like, you'd set yourself back, just like you'd expect many people to do, right?
Yeah, well, I've been a builder all my life and building in swamps is not ideal. So,
You build it yourself.
yes, I will, yes. I'm licensed in HVAC, plumbing, electrical, so that's how I'm getting the cost down on the houses.
So I wish you the best of luck and hope it's approved for you again.
Thank you.
Okay, are there other comments or questions from councilors?
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a real quick one.
Ed?
I'd like to say to Mr. Hall, thank you for what you're doing for your family members. I wish more people had the ability to do that for younger family members and family members that are looking for attainable housing. So you should be commended for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, we have one more item in committee of the whole, and I'm suggesting because it's 10 to 1 that what we should do is take our break, stay in committee of the whole, and we'll come back and it's the road grant protocol, and that's going to take a few minutes. So we've been 2 hours and 50 minutes break. So I'm going to declare a recess. We'll have a bit of lunch. We'll resume at 1:15 and finish our committee of the whole. And
I asked that Patrick, when we come back at 1:15, or when we go to pass these, whatever we pass, that he'd be on the phone or someone call him or something.
Can you rejoin us at 1:15? Well, sorry, I guess you don't need to be here for, program protocol, but, can we give you a call or a text or something, Patrick?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, thanks. Welcome back, everybody. We're back in regular session and we're back in committee of the whole, in fact. And we're at item 5.2, which is, an item having to do with, updates to the road grant protocol. And, I guess we have a report from our, Gail Clark, who, has brought back, brought a package back for us, for further review and direction. Would you like to introduce your report?
Thank you, Your Worship. As you've said, this is a follow-up report based on our previous discussion of the road grant protocol. And what I've done is taken the protocol itself and tried to incorporate some of the discussions that we had at our last opportunity for this topic. At the same time, I undertook it upon myself to try and streamline streamline it a little bit. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to provide track changes because there was just too many changes to make it usable, I guess. So what I've done instead is I've included a copy of the draft version, the current draft version, and the previous version, and also the forms that go along with that, because I think a lot of the details and some of the changes we were discussing making come about in the forms, and the change of the forms will help that. So I'm not sure the best way to go through it, but certainly I hope everyone had a chance to look at the documents. And if you had any additional feedback, ultimately I'd like to have this in a final draft format for the next meeting. So if we could discuss any of the changes that I made, any additional suggestions, or potentially some maybe I haven't changed things the way that you intended. So if we could just go through the document and you could provide direction, it would be appreciated.
So I wonder, just before we get into this, I looked through this package yesterday, but I'm not convinced that I see where the new road grant protocol starts.
Okay.
I mean, I see all the old.
Page 43, Mr. Mayor. Is the new
That's
version.
where the new one is. That's where attachment C. That's gonna be.
C and D.
C and D.
Oh, okay, so I see at the top, I know what's throwing me off, it says Schedule A of bylaw 30-2017, so
Which
it's
is the
Schedule A
previous
of
version.
whatever the new bylaw will be, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
The only thing I noticed, by the way, is that if you go to page 44, grant calculation, Y factor represents dollars per household. I thought we decided to get rid of the word household. Did we not?
Yeah, that's one of the changes.
Okay.
I'm not sure, well, you wanna do that. Well, I can.
Yeah, if somebody else,
Go through some.
that was the only thing that I really.
Councillor Nash did a mock-up, and track changes that I think we all got this morning. I read it this morning, and I'm pretty much in agreement. I think I gave him a couple of feedback items. Yeah, it should be lot owners as opposed to household. Because, and I think in there it says something else, like property owners or something, like if someone might own two properties, right? Or or have 3 lots, well, they get counted 3 times, they don't get counted once. Right on a road, if I have 10 lots, or I have 10 places, 10 lots, and I own 3 of them, you don't penalize and say it's only 1, it's 3, right? And it should include lots and household, where there's physical structures and where there's empty lots.
Maybe what we can do, I'm just thinking of it, under, one of the eligibilities, you can just say per lot.
Yeah, I
Property owners per lot.
yeah, and I tried to use the term per property, I guess, was the way I was, because to me, a property is a lot, you know. That's.
Okay,
that
well,
was the way I
whatever,
was looking
it's
at it.
just not households, it's the mayor's,
Yeah.
right?
And I do see that it's possible that I may have missed some, so there was, that is one of them.
I have a couple of comments that have been covered in Councilor Nash's mock-up. You want me to kind of go first? And
Yeah, go ahead. I never thought you would.
they're not extensive, but I think you did a really good job here. And I thank you for it. When I saw 2/3, it's always been 2/3 of the group. And this isn't a hill for me to die on, but immediately I thought, well, 60%, 60% usually seen as a super majority, not 2/3. Doesn't matter to me, that should we consider 60% instead of 2/3, right? I know a lot of people go up and down roads, a lot trying to, find seasonal people who are here and not here and blah, blah, blah. And we're gonna have them, go and get that information, maybe, just an idea. So is there anyone else sort of thinking that way, or so I abandon it?
If you're asking now, to me, if it's 2/3, which is what, 66% or 60? To me,
66 and 2/3,
to
so
me,
67
doesn't make any difference. We can have 60% or 2/3. I don't mind whichever, whatever majority counts.
I'm okay with 2/3, but I don't know, has it been a problem? I mean, this is.
I don't know.
If it had been a problem with 60%.
I don't do the work, but I imagine if you went to Margie, if she's on the call, she'd tell you it's a big problem. I'm trying to get 2/3.
No, she is on the call and.
Oh, okay. So what are we gonna do?
Well, does anyone else want to change 2/3 to 60%?
I can say 60. That's fine, I don't mind.
I'm with 60.
And I guess I'm trying to understand, what does that mean? Does it mean that you couldn't get hold of some of those people or
Just it reduces the amount of signatures you need from 60.
because if only 60% of the people using a road are paying for it, that's a bit.
I don't think that has anything to do with paying for it.
Well, no, but
This isn't who pays for the road, this is for submission, saying, I have 10 people on the road, there's 6 signatures.
Yeah.
Or 6 lot owners, or whatever.
I have 50 people, here's 30 of them.
Okay, well, I guess it's not.
Okay, 60%, let's move on.
Do you want to change to 2/3 to 60%?
Yeah, there's a couple areas that needs to be changed, and again, I had a bit of a problem with, at the very bottom of page 43. It says, must be completed at least every 4 years, beginning in the 2025 road grant application process. And I don't have a problem with, if you haven't done it for years, saying, here's 60% of our road owner. But if you went through it and did it last year, and then and again, Margie's on the phone, she could tell you it's not easy to go up and down Shawanega or whatever and get these signatures. And if you did it last year, I'd hate to have to say, okay, you better get out there and do it again this year, right? Might be easier for us to say, oh, it's all in 2025, but if they can prove that they've done it in the last 4 years, I don't see why we'd ask them to do it again, other than, if they haven't done it, obviously, do it, and it's good for 4 years. That was my thought when I went through it. Absolutely.
I know Councilor Lamb and myself spoke briefly on that item. I think what I mentioned to Councilor Lamb at the time, when we were speaking about it, was technically now, theoretically, every year, you're supposed to have provided a list currently. We don't know if that's been followed or not followed, or maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. And when we said, I think when we spoke at council the last time, it was, well, we want to make people go and get signatures every year, like you said, and it seems like a lot. Maybe we can do it on once, I think we talked about, is it once a term of council or whatever, so then I think the way it's been done here is just to say, if everybody does it this year, it's a new application, there's information there for signatures and stuff like that. If everybody does it this year, nobody will have to do it for 1 more year. So next year, the application wouldn't have that in as a requirement, it wouldn't be there. And I think for bookkeeping for the municipality, if they know that in 2025, here's a list of everybody, and then in 2029, here's a list, it might be easier. Just,
Yeah.
overall, because you're starting a new grant process, what they're signing is saying, we understand you're not liable, things like that. So I think if you start fresh, then you don't need to do it for 4 years, and we'll set it to everybody.
I don't have a big issue. Again, it's not a hill for me to die on, but, are we asking them to do that every year? Every year you put a road, I don't put road grants in, right? Every year you have to submit. No one's ever come by my house and said, sign the document. So are we, in the current process in 2024 and before that, are we asking, when you put in a full road grant, are people running out and getting signatures? You're supposed to. What are they, is my question, not are they supposed to? You take Older for, right? If they want to go out and get 2/3 of the people, what do they do? Get in a boat and go around, you know, to every, I doubt they're doing that, right? So does anyone know what the current process is?
No, I don't. And I guess that my thinking on it in terms of this draft anyway, was to make a clean slate going forward, rather than looking back to see who had done it in previous years.
My guess is that that's not being asked. That we're not having people fill out, you know, every piece of information, your email address and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, I'm okay if you want to do it. I just don't want to put undue burden on them if they've already done it. But okay, let's leave it the way it is.
Well, sorry, just a second. I mean, I guess I'm trying to be convinced that this actually reduces the amount of work that people have to do. I mean, you have to submit an application every year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to submit the statement of what you spend money on every year.
Yeah.
I think if I might.
Okay, well, okay, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I don't do that, but yeah, I understand why.
I think the basis of it, if I might, Mr. Mayor, is it might actually not make it easier to apply for the first year, if you're gonna go and get all the signatures. Then the following year, you don't need to get all the signatures. It'll be easier for the next 3 years, but even with that said, this application might be a little bit more onerous than the past application, in the sense of, you know, it's asking a few more questions. It's, you know, noting in a couple areas, we'll go through it, but noting liability issues, but also strictly talking about if the road goes over somebody else's property, here's the form for example, here's the form for Mr. Hall to fill out if it goes over his property. Here's the form for land use permit holder to fill out if it goes over there. We're giving them the paperwork Basically, you check the form off, you fill out the appendices if you need to, and everything's sorted, so it's not me making up my own road list and saying, here, treasurer, here's my list of the property owners for the next 4 years, or here's my authorization from Mr. So-and-so, because he owns the road. So it's a few more pages, but it's easier to follow, and much easier for staff to look at and say, yes, we have everything, and we don't have everything. And we only need the signatures once every 4 years. I didn't mean to take over from you.
No, it's okay.
When the mayor said that, but if you don't mind, just since I'm talking now, Janice. So I know I did spend quite a bit of time.
I'm not done yet.
I know. I know, I just didn't say, look, if you want, okay, you finish and then I'll talk. Sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, guess what? I don't have a whole lot more. I wanted to make sure that under eligible expenses, because I get asked this at least once or twice a year, but snow plowing doesn't, is part of road maintenance, right? So I don't know whether we specifically want to put in i.e. snow plowing does count or whatever, but it always has. So people don't know that.
So in my red lines, what I've suggested for that section that you're reading, it would read eligible expenses include any reasonable road maintenance or improvement expenses for spring, summer, fall, or winter work. Okay, so you're not saying snow plowing, but you're saying all four.
That's fine. I just want to.
That's in my red line, that's not what you see there.
Okay, good. The other one that, and again, Councillor Nash has this in his mock-up, but I have talked, and this is a big one, about you could save up to 3 years, for instance. If you want to put you get $600 a year and you want to put an $1,800 culvert in this year, then you could put an $1,800 culvert in, and the next, it covers you for the next 2 years, right? So they could buy it. If you had a bigger project than just 1 year, and I've asked that several times. So you put that in somewhere.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. Yeah, we did, or you did agree to that last time, and I did have it in one of my drafts, but I think through the formatting and the cutting and pasting, it must have inadvertently taken out, so we can add something back in.
And
So is this, want to make sure that we don't end up doing this again. Is everybody in agreement that there should be a save up for 3 years clause of some sort?
Yeah.
I thought we agreed to it before.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
first I was wondering about it, but after further, yeah, yes, I think it makes sense. And, but in the, on red line draft, I'll call it, on page.
Now, just hold on for a second.
Okay.
The opposite might be true. That people say, I have my $600. I want to do my $1,800 culvert, but I don't want to do it till the third year. So 600, the third year they do it and submit the bill for you. So it works both ways is what I'm saying, right? You can either do the works now and have it count for 2 years or save up for 3 years to do the. That's my only last comment.
And what I updated under road grant, conditions of grant, I'll go over my red lines quickly after Lamb finishes. What I updated that part to say was all road grants, all road grant funds must be used on specified roads noted in the road grant application within the calendar year of issuance or allotted to a special project to be completed within 36 months of the issuance of the road grant fund. That was my way of trying to say it. Maybe there's a little bit better wording, but I think I tried my best when I was trying to do what we had.
Okay, just really, I think 2 more things and then I'll be done. Just over on page 50. You gotta go out, you gotta name the person, you gotta get their signature, you gotta get their service address, which is whatever street they're on. Why do we need their mailing address and their phone number? What purpose is that all about? Why don't we just put the first read? I sign that I'm at called Foxfire and my name, isn't that enough? What do we use person's mailing address or telephone number, for goodness sake?
Well, they might not have a mailing address associated with the property address.
And I would,
There's lots of people who don't have mail at their.
Why don't they put office phone? Anyway, I don't care, I'm
I
not.
look at it simply more of a, if you're going out and if you're going out and like what they're signing there now, if you read it, they're aware there's no liability, that, you know, all the way the grants are provided. So I think when you're doing that and somebody's signing that, you want to say, this is my signature, this is my phone number, this is my address, because it makes it look better, and you're saying, hey, you guys are well aware from a legal point of view, once your signature's on that, we're not liable for anything that's happened. I think that's probably why you have it there, and if you're needing their signatures, it's not much harder to put down their address. Okay, you'll have some people that are scared.
That's fine, cut down on the bureaucracy of it, but that's okay. Again, not a hill for me to die on. The only other thing I didn't see in here, maybe I missed it, was recognition that the three seasonal roads that we identified, being Shawanega Lake, Clear Lake, and Ladd's Road, an area of Ladd's Road, are eligible for road grants for snow plowing. We keep them seasonally, right? Now, we give them gravel and that kind of stuff.
Maybe, if I might suggest, maybe what we do when it comes to the wording of the actual bylaw before the conditions here, in the bylaw, you just note those three roads in the bylaw itself.
That's fine.
Does that make sense?
I just don't
It
want
would
to
be better, yeah, it's not part of the.
Okay, that's fine, as long as we don't lose sight of that in the bylaws. That's all I have. You did a good job. I've read Councillor Nash's other comments and I've given them to him, and I think I agreed with most or all of them. Thank you. I'm done.
If I might through you, Mr. Mayor. So hopefully everybody got a copy of my red lines.
I didn't.
It should be on your desk.
I mean, it might be in my inbox, but
I thought these were dropped off on.
It's there somewhere.
oh, is it under this? Oh, yeah, I see something like that,
So-
okay. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was.
I'm gonna say I spent a number of hours watching the hockey game last night and doing something at the last minute and getting it out to staff and saying, can you please give this to everybody today? And I did it doing it a few days ago. But basically what I did was there's two sections to it. So I'm looking at this section first, the one that says Schedule A of bylaw. Everybody. That one. Not the application one, the actual. Like, does everybody have that one? I'm not, what's on the first? Yeah, okay, so. And I don't want to go through, I'm not going to, everything on the right-hand side where it's all shaded in gray. That's just going through and saying there was something formatted or a sentence or the typing was changed. You can ignore all of this stuff here, everybody, all the stuff along here. If you just read, again, I don't want to take the time, but all I did was go through, made a couple grammatical changes, and in a number of spots, instead of just eligibility, for example, I wrote road grant eligibility, instead of application process, it says road grant application process. And I changed a few sentences a little bit. I added some numbering for the most part. The biggest thing would be on page 2 of the red lines, under H, if you see that, right above road grant calculations. I just had taken that from somewhere else, that the staff had it somewhere else in it already, and I just put it on. On page 2 of 3, Councillor Gray, you see section H. No? Of road grant calculation. You're looking at.
Okay, the only, so why would? Okay, I see it, yeah.
Yeah, so I just took it from somewhere else that was already written in here and put it under road grant application process. Before, I think it was listed right under the road grant calculations, so I just moved it. And then, as Councillor Lamb had said, a couple spots in the document I have, it says 2/3. And it doesn't say 60%, I think we've all agreed to 60%. And under page 2, on number 3, I added the word road, on grant calculation. I had put instead of per household, per property owner. I think Councilor Lamb said maybe that should be per lot owner. Or property,
I think.
per property, not per property, instead of per property owner.
Yeah.
Maybe per property. Yeah, so maybe you just take out owner, but again, I don't want to go through all my red lines, but I don't think I've changed anything. The most significant thing, as Councilor Lamb said, well, 2 things, is for eligible expenses. Still on page 2 of 3. I added the road maintenance or improvement, because we talked about maybe someone doing a culvert or something like that. And expenses for spring, summer, fall, and winter. So that way somebody could say it's for snow plowing or for fixing a pothole in the spring or fall. That's really the biggest change that I've made. I don't know if everybody wants to have a look at it. Instead of me going through it and saying if there's anything that somebody has a serious problem with the updates. And it's the same for the second section, the one with the application. Really, that's only a couple minor words that were changed or added, more for editing than anything. Everything else is really the same, so. It was Appendix D in the application. But if you look at it, it looks like there's a lot of red lines, but basically all I've done is put the wording that was in other sections of the road grant, just make sure it's the exact same wording in Appendix D. There's no new words, Nigel, it's just taking words from somewhere else in there and adding them there, so they're the same wording. That's why I go through them all, but hopefully everybody will take time to go through them. Provide comments back, or if we want to take 5 minutes, we can all read them.
My problem is that so much of this is simply editorial and it's not policy related, and we really don't have time for these. There is a change here, for example, that I think is not good. And it's on the first page of Appendix D at the bottom. It says, a resolution of council will be required for the road grant to be reinstated. Council should not be getting into the details of who gets road grants, who doesn't. That's a huge mistake for us to do this. It doesn't require a resolution of council to reinstate someone. That's something that staff can do. They've done it before, they can do it again. I don't think we want to get. Keep in mind, anybody then who's a recipient of a road grant who's on the council becomes in a conflict of interest if we start saying, oh yeah, we're going to approve individual road grants or not. That's a huge departure in ensuring that we spend endless time on road grants going forward, and that's not the spirit of that. So that I'm arguing for dispendency. That shouldn't be there. The other things are. I think they're useful suggestions for our CAO to edit, but they're editorial. And we want to get a policy right and then get a document back that we can that we can approve at the next meeting. Otherwise, we're going to be, we're going to be into the road grant. Trying to approve it in the road grant season. So, I appreciate all the editorial suggestions. I think we should leave them with the CAO, other than the ones that we've discussed.
So if I might, Mr. Mayor, just to respond, right now, I think you said Schedule D, and it was the last sentence, Schedule D.
Yes.
On here. Schedule D.
It's page 8 of 8 of your handout, which that helps.
Yeah, so already within the road grant somewhere else, it already said this information. So
Is that a resolution of council will be required in the old one?
Yeah, so what it says now is failure to follow reporting requirements will result in a particular road crew not being able to participate in the road grant program. So if we don't follow this, that's basically saying if you don't go and get somebody's signature, a private road owner or a land use permit holder, or you fail to provide your receipts, you aren't allowed in the road grant program the following year. And you'll only be allowed back when council says, yes, you can come back to the road grant program because you haven't followed the procedures. That's what it's saying. So it's basically if somebody ends up saying, well, we didn't get any signatures for that land use permit holder, well, you won't be allowed back in the program until council says you can come back into it. It's not in every application every year. It's only if somebody didn't follow the rules. Right?
Through you, your worship. That was in the previous draft. The part that was not was the requirement for council to pass a resolution.
That's the only part I'm talking about is the council resolution. That's anything I don't want to see there. The rest of it, the failure to report is fine. I'm being able to
It
participate.
didn't say anything. It was.
Why do we need to involve council in this? We don't.
If I could, your worship, the previous version just basically said the first part, which was failure to follow the reporting requirements will result in a particular road group not being included in grant for the following calendar year. That was the end of, in a sense.
Yeah.
And that's what's been done administratively in the past.
And I think that's what it should
And I
say.
think there are a couple of examples where that happened. Where there's, I don't remember what.
So do we take out council approval then?
I don't ever remember being a council resolution to say X, Y, Z road doesn't get the grant or anything. Never.
So maybe that, so does everybody agree that should come out then?
Yeah,
I don't think it was ever in.
No, it wasn't. Out of the draft, it's there, it should have come out.
I think.
Okay.
Councilor Gray.
Yeah, I'm just on that thought, like, being eligible to be reinstated. Is there a requirement for them to correct whatever they did? I get it.
I'll give you an example, one that I remember right off the bat. Was private road owner said, okay, I approved this work. Well, people didn't do the work that was in their application on a specific area of the road. They went way down the road and did something different, right? Than what the owner of the road said. And he appealed it, came back to the municipality and said, I don't agree to that, right? And they lost the ability next year to apply for a road.
It's only for 1 year.
Yeah, then they reinstated them the next year, right? That was all done administratively. It never came to
So
council.
maybe it's a little better, is it just 1 year?
It was just 1 year in that
Right,
case.
so if you don't do something. I
That's
think
all it
it's
says, yeah.
every other year, but just more.
Yeah.
Right, which seems a little oxymoron.
Yeah, does
I
that
don't
mean-
need to fill out anything, I'll get a road grant this year, and then next year I won't follow.
Well, you won't get a road grant if you don't fill something
I don't know,
out.
but I can miss, I
If
can,
I miss handing in my receipts,
if I don't
Yeah,
get the, if
yeah,
I don't get the
exactly.
owner's approval.
so do I have to
Right.
then do that before I can apply for a road grant? And that's what it should be.
Yeah.
You should have to correct, whatever correction needs to happen, should have to happen before a road group is reinstated.
Through you, your worship, we can certainly take that direction and just change it to take the council involvement out, but still require a consequence.
Oh, the consequences
Or
should still
corrective
be there.
action.
I'm not trying to get rid of the consequences.
There are no consequences.
Well, yeah, there are. It says failure to follow reporting requirements will result in that particular road grant not being able to participate in the program in the following calendar year.
No, but it's only for 1
But
year.
it's only for 1 year, so that means they could continue in 2 years' time, and put in another grant.
And still do the same. Basically, I could be a really bad person and say, I'm going to do my road, and get $1,500 and then do nothing. And nothing in, put money in my pocket. Then the following year I wouldn't apply. Next year I'd apply again and get my money, put it in my pocket, it's kind of following year.
Well, so you wanted to say until the condition is corrected. is that-
Something to that effect, yeah.
Well, I think, okay, I'm sorry,
In my example, I Correction.
Well, no, then I'd have to spend more money to fix it.
I guess.
My comment. There hasn't been a problem in 10 years.
No, that's.
I don't care what you, this will create a problem.
I think, you know, where the problem will be, you'll be getting some always approval on those. That's where I see the amount.
Maybe. I noticed that the road grant application deadline got moved ahead a month. Did we discuss that?
No, it was September 1st.
No, September 31st, and it's now August 31st. Is there a reason for
No, I
that?
thought it was September 1st. I always thought it was August 31st. No, it was September something.
Go back and look at the old one. It's
Yeah, page 34, September 30.
September 30th, and
Or continue.
Yeah, that may have been, through you, your worship, that may have been my fault at some way through the process where I put in a different date. And then carried it through. So I can certainly go back to the September date if that's what you'd like.
Some people wait till September.
well, yeah, I happen to be one. I happens to be one of them.
I know one of the big changes in the update is saying that the deadline to get your receipts in is the end of the year, December, which I fully agree with. I think that's really important. Instead of saying, just give them to us at some point, no. You're not gonna be doing work, even if you're doing snow plowing, you're gonna just get a receipt. You paid it, so does anybody disagree with saying December 31st is a deadline to get your stuff in the staff?
The only issue with it is staff isn't there after about the 23rd, right?
They can, as long as they get an email or if it's in the mailbox when they come back, they know it's there, right?
Yeah, I'm not suggesting moving the date, but that is an issue.
What, I mean, I guess
But
again,
if they put it in the box out here, right, and you get it.
what's the reason for having it in? I mean, I would have said before you submit your next application, you have to put it in. Why wouldn't you do it? Why wouldn't you do it in one pass? Put in what you did last year when you went in your application for the
I
next.
think some of it's just formality. It's like, that way somebody can look at the list and say, we've gotten everything. You don't need to go back and look at something from a year later. If somebody's done the work, as far as, and I know I've been outvoted, but as far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't apply for the road grant until you've already done the work. You should do the work, apply, give your receipts. I know nobody else would agree with that. I think that December 31st is a good way to say, you've already done the work, send it in. The winter staff can update the charts, make sure everybody's done their stuff, put them on the list for next year, knowing they're good to go.
Well, I will just tell you a problem that I experienced. I've experienced it more than once, which is getting the invoice out of the person who did the work. We come to do the works, what work we do kind of late in the fall, right? And so the guy does the work. You know, he supplies the gravel, he does whatever, and then I'm phoning him over the Christmas holidays saying, what about an invoice? I need an invoice, and I don't get the invoice till early January maybe. You know, because some people are really busy and at the end of the season while they're trying to get all their work done, and they leave the paperwork until the snow is here and they can't work. You know?
Mr. Mayor, use a different contractor. If not, I could use the same excuse in June the next year. Sorry, I'm still waiting for the guy to give me a receipt from last October. He's been busy.
No, I think, you know, it's like, it's not, it doesn't spill far over into the new year.
Who's doing road work in December? Who's doing road work in December? There's snow.
Before they do work until there's snow.
Yeah, which is probably in November. I'm sure somebody can get an invoice in for a month.
Does it help if you make it January 31st instead of December 31st? I don't care.
I don't know.
Janice,
Excuse me.
Councilor.
Yes, Councilor Bray.
Can we leave that up to, RCAO to figure out what's best for staff? And if the staff having to do all this work and not us? I mean, if you set December 31st, I'd be telling the contractor, I need it by this date, I need an invoice. And then I will pay you.
Or you don't
And
get
if you
paid,
don't-
yeah,
if you
sure.
don't- If you don't get it to me, then guess what? I lose my grant and then I'm not gonna be able to do the work. I mean, it's pretty easy. You tell them they need it, you give them a deadline, and they get it done.
Okay, all right. So are there any other things, in the interest of moving us along, are there any other things that we?
I just want, is our goal, the staff's gonna take it back with a couple changes we made, keeping in mind these red lines I've done, and bring it back at the next meeting for approval and with the bylaws at the goal.
I would say so.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And then I said, you know what? We had this come, what, a month ago? And in 2 months, we've had it, gotten a draft, we've looked at a draft, and next month we'll pass it. And I'm gonna say, here's something we've done on a really positive thing, taken a policy, a bylaw, looked at it, edited it, and we'll have it passed in a couple months. So I'd say if we can do that, I think that's really great. And it will be in time for this year.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Gray.
Yeah, I just had one more comment, and I really appreciated the formatting that you had done, Josh. I love the idea of the questions in the box, you did that, with the people down here, that you know, you don't have to worry about it. Just makes it look really, me like it would be easier to fill out and to make sure I have all my documentation.
So, Councilor Woods, did you have any comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thanks. Just real quick. I'm having a hard time hearing Janice and Scott lean into the microphone a little bit more. But outside of that, something that I don't know, it's been kind of bouncing around in my head and I just figure I'll ask right now. Has the municipality ever conducted any like visual inspections or drive down any of the roads that we give the road grants to? Not to make it a condition of you getting a road grant or that we're checking up, but like actually seeing the good work that the money from the road grant does to the private roads.
I might be able to, can you hear me better now, Brian?
Yep.
Okay. I know for our road, that the past road super did travel down it a year and a half ago or so. That's because we ended up saying, I think the distance is X, not Y. And they did drive down the road, so I'm not sure if they do it every year, but I think it might be a good idea to be suggested, maybe work manager, maybe just pick one of the roads a year and drives down it. I did notice in the questionnaires that Councilor Gray was referring to, it does say there, how many lots, what is it now? How many lots are there? One of the first questions, I'm gonna put my glasses back on here. Councilor. It says private or unassumed road names and then length of road in kilometers by road name. And, so I think that might help the staff to go and look at how long the roads are in your grants maybe now, right? To make sure that this.
The reason that I'm even bringing it up because I think it might be a good thing because there's a lot of these roads that were in kind of rough shape, and since people working together and fixing up these private roads and the money that they get from the road grant, they've done a lot of decent work on these roads. Scott, I'm going to throw you under the bus a little bit and say, your road where your place is an amazing road, right? It's in really good shape, and some pictures like that. And maybe something from a road association saying, we've spent this kind of money on our road in this number of years, and a picture could be something nice to put on the website to actually show everybody in the community, not just the people that get the road grants. So the actual work that this money goes towards actually helps people up here, right? Because it's a good program. But I know people that get it enjoy it, right? But it's something that Whitestone can brag about, I think. Right? We give money to help people manage their private roads and their ways to their cottages. And I think it's a good thing, almost like a sales point for how good Whitestone is, just another check mark on the good side for Whitestone.
It's a great program. And, Chris Armstrong and I came up with it because we were being asked to take roads over every year. Get someone coming forward, take a road over, it costs millions to do, so we came up with this formula. And I don't think he'd mind me saying it. As soon as I put it in a newsletter, we should give a grant for private roads, I got a comment from the previous read saying, great, as long as you're doing that, I'd like a load of gravel for my driveway. I remember that's how it started out. But it is a great program, but just on whether our staff has been out to see the roads, because I know our road, for instance, is when they did Canning Road, it exposed how much gravel we had put on our road, and it was enormous, right? It really said, we don't need any more gravel, all we have to do is grade enough gravel there. But I would suggest, and I made this several times, that we put council in a bus, and Bell Transportation has a little tiny bus, and we put council in a bus on a Saturday and have a sandwich, and we go around and see some of the roads and every landing that we have and every other situation, so that we know exactly what, I mean, Councilor Nash and I went around to all the landings last year, but I think that would be a great idea to do. So we should tee that up in the spring or something.
I would agree with that. I've driven some of the roads, but I would appreciate being able to go do some of the roads with some of the other councils, just so we have more eyes on it, more comments.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we move past this one and to the next? Right, so I think the next thing that finishes our committee of the whole work, so if I could get a motion then to reconvene into a regular meeting. Councillor Lamb is moving, Councillor Gray is seconding. All those in favor, please.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. That's carried, and we are now back in regular session. It's 2:15 p.m. So, matters, it doesn't mean we're done with it. Yeah, we are now back at matters arising. And the first one is 5.11. Consent application E01/2025W. So here's the suggested resolution. Whereas Patrick Christie CPT has prepared a report for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board dated February 24th, 2025 regarding consent application B01/2025 Whitestone, and the applicant is Stanislav Samatic, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, the payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. 2, that the three new lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that written confirmation be received from the Whitestone Fire Chief indicating that the private access road to the property can accommodate emergency vehicles. 4, that the newly created lots be rezoned from the rural RU zone to the rural limited services zone. Number 5, that the applicant sent to enter into a section 5126 consent agreement with the municipality of Whitestone to be registered on title by the applicants to include the recognition of the private access road for the 3 new lots, and to indemnify the municipality for any responsibility or liability for the access or maintenance of the road. Number 6, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. And 7, that payment of all municipal planning consultant fees and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid. Would like to move that. So Councillor Lamb is moving, and Councillor Nash is seconding. Discussion.
I might, just, I'm gonna two easy ones. I've already spoken a lot about it earlier. But would anybody, and then I'll ask if there's a vote, would anybody have any issues with removing item number 3 based on discussion from earlier today? That's the one, the written confirmation be received from the Whitestone Fire Chief. I read his email. I'm sure he's on the call and can verify that he says we should have needed. And the other one was item number 6. All applicable planning board fees be paid to the Perry Sound and Area Planning Board. I still think they should be paid. I don't think that's one of them. We're saying, what are our conditions? Our conditions is we want to make us the municipality whole. Make sure our fees are paid. Whereas when this goes back to the planning board's condition will be you have to pay our fees. Does that make sense? It'll be one of their conditions, just like they'll say you need to provide us with a registry, you need to provide us with draft plan subdivision. They'll have all those requirements. That should be their requirement at the planning board level. The fees down to our.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
just.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Mayor, but did you not want Patrick Christie on the line when we were going to talk about the planning? Didn't you ask him earlier before the break?
Oh, you're right. Do you just still want him to, should we get?
Well, in case we wanted to change language, you might have some words.
Can you text him, Madam Deputy Clerk? Or phone or text him or?
Sorry for the interruption there, Mr. Mayor. I just didn't want to, I didn't want.
Just as we're waiting for Patrick to get on, like out of the one I said, item number 3, is there, I don't know if we can do a show of hands or if we have to do a formal vote before we remove it. Does anybody nod agree with?
You want an amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting a nod from our clerk, so why don't we do that one? I don't think there's a problem with it, but, we need, I need a blank resolution form, if you don't mind, please, and we'll, just, all right, so this is 5.1.1.
I have asked Paula in the office.
No, I don't see him on the phone.
You can get a hold of them. I don't think it's too crucial, right? Like we can suggest what we want and then he is at the planning board and he can always put another condition in if he wants, right? The planning board level agreements.
Oh, Paula, yes, go ahead, please. I see your hand up, go ahead. You're muted, Paula. I don't think she can hear me.
I'm guessing she's on call.
She's probably talking.
We're waiting for that, Mr. Mayor. Could we proceed with the First Amendment then at least? I think those are.
Well, I've got you, I have you as the mover. I will need a seconder, I guess, but I have you as the mover for an amendment that condition number 3, reconfirmation from the fire chief be removed. Is that?
I'll second it.
5.1, and Councillor Lamb is seconding.
I'm gonna deal with 6 too.
Well, that's, I don't know.
Maybe we can deal with 6 at the same time. I think, in all honesty, I'm just suggesting that it's not there for us sometimes. All Patrick will do, the planning board, he'll put it in his condition. At the planning board, that's normally where it is. You normally see the planning board fees as a condition of the planning board itself. That's all.
Normally, we have had it in our, if you go back and look for the whole time I've been on council.
Yeah,
It's been here. I mean,
Don't worry.
Actually, when you commented, you said in the future.
Okay, so don't worry, just number 3 come out. Make it simple. I don't want to be here all day.
all right, well, thank you. So do you want to do
That's fine.
Do we-
What's the planning matter? You better
the
do it.
planning matter? I guess we're gonna have to put the planning matter here for requested.
Through you, your worship, Patrick is on the call now.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Sorry about the short notice here. We are just now dealing with an amendment to item 5.1.1, which is the Samatic consents, right? And the amendment is to remove item number 3 regarding confirmation from the fire chief about the road being suitable or the private road being suitable for a fire truck. So, we're just gonna take the recorded vote on that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Conley.
Yes.
That amendment is carried.
Right, so is there anything else? Are you ready for the question on the motion as amended? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, no, I want to add something.
Oh, that's what I wondered.
I know everybody's, I don't know, some people's feelings. I know a couple people's feelings on this, so I really don't want to debate it for a half hour. I think people have expressed their opinion. I want us to add to it something about, and that the whatever, recognizing a wetland, that there's a 30-meter setback from the wetland in terms of severed lots 1 and 2. They can't build within 30 meters of that. In fairness, I'll be asking the same thing on Mr. Hall's property, which I think is big enough. You don't have to worry about it anyway. So I don't know what the proper wording of that motion is.
Well, that a condition be, it would be condition number 8. Be added requiring a 30-meter setback from any wetlands.
Wetland, yeah.
And I'm guessing that would end up being in the 5126.
Yeah. I guess so, yeah.
Oh, I think that would be a condition, wouldn't be in a 5126, that'd just be a condition. If I might suggest one thing to help you, Councillor Lamb, you're gonna have to define what a wetland is, because if you just say wetland, you're gonna say there is no wetland. Yeah, there's, so we can do it.
Sorry, I'm just making patience here, but
We don't want a species at risk. I think that's the other way you go.
well, you're not asking for, you're asking for a condition to be placed on the on the approval of the severance, right? So It's going, and I mean, perfectly legitimate condition as far as I can determine, so.
And
So
if I get a seconder, vote on it?
Yeah, yeah, I'm just gonna write it that, condition 7, condition 8 it is, sorry. 8 be added to require a 30-meter setback from
Any wetland
any wetland, yeah.
on the severed properties.
The covered on, if it's on a severed property, because there's 3 of them. Wetlands. Covered property, okay, that's that's Councillor Lamb's motion. Is there a seconder for that motion? I'll second it. So I guess we're gonna have a discussion about the. I guess we're gonna have, sorry, not a discussion, I guess we're gonna have a recorded vote.
And just before we have the vote, I just want to say one thing. I'm trying to help everybody here. You don't define a wetland. The applicants don't need to do anything because they'll say there is no significant wetlands. You can't just say wetland. Is that a piece of dry grass? Like you can't just say wetland. It can't be done that way. If it's done that way, it will mean nothing. It'll be a condition that's unfulfillable. And it can just get dropped off of it because there's no definition of what it is. And the only definition of wetland is a significant wetland, which we don't have any of. I'm just trying to warn. I don't mind somebody adding something like that. I'm not in favor of it, but trying to help in the wording of it. I don't know if you might want to.
Well, there's emails, there's conditions, I've had calls, I've had situations, I've had road damage done because of this, and, you know, again, I don't want to go through all the arguments, and maybe it's not worth the breath it's, but I don't know where, you know, what wetland, where, I don't have the geography of it, I don't know, it's a wetland, everyone recognizes it's back there.
That's what I'm trying to help. If it turns out that there's a beaver down there, let's say it's a beaver pond, not a wetland.
Good, well, let them do it, and then it'll probably be a new owner anyway. They'll probably build, who would build within a 30-meter of a swamp? They're not gonna do it anyway.
I don't think his lot is more than 30 meters from the swamp if you look at the area. There's no definition of where it is. But anyway.
Okay, all right, so
We're going around the.
we have a motion, moved and seconded, can we call a question, please, on it? Oh, sorry, did you want to speak?
Now we know the culprit.
That's where you sit in the room, I guess.
Yes, that's right. Councillor Lamb.
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
No.
Councillor Woods.
No.
Councillor Bray. Yes. Mayor Collins.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Amendment. Carried.
Okay, so thank you. Now there are 3 changes to the motion. I won't read the whole thing again in the interest of time, but condition number 3 relating to the fire chief saying that the road can accommodate emergency vehicles is out. Condition number 8 regarding the 30-meter setback has been added. Those are the conditions that we're recommending to the planning board. We do a recorded vote on this. This one, please. The motion as amended.
Councillor Nash.
Just before the votes come, can I ask a question? Okay, so I just want to see how this works. So we're voting on the two amendments of what we're voting on.
Yeah.
Now we're voting on it based on the amendment.
Yes.
That's correct. No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, so we're voting on the whole thing now?
Yes, as amended, minus condition 3 and with the addition of condition 8.
Okay, no.
Right?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Conley?
Yes.
The motion as amended is carried.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to number 5.2. Which is Mr. Hall's application. So again, here's the suggested motion. A little simpler. Whereas Patrick Christie CPT has prepared a report for the Perry Sound Area Planning Board dated March 4th, 2025 regarding consent application B02 2025 Whitestown. 1346107 Ontario Inc., which is Hall's company, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. 1, the payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. 2, that the 2 new lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Perry Sound Area Planning Board. And 4, that payment of all municipal planning consultant fees and all other fees associated with the processing of this application be paid. Those are the 4 conditions. Can I get a mover and seconder for this one, please? Councilor Lamb moves, seconded by Councilor. Right, discussion.
And I want to put in the same wording as an amendment. I don't know exactly where the direction. Patrick identified wetland. It's only on one of the lots, right? Yeah. Which lot is it? I don't want to tie up all the lots, just one. Mr. Hall, there is enough area on your lot. You can be 30 meters away from that.
I just don't want to lot it.
Okay, thank you. I want to add that same condition. Number 1 again.
Okay, so again, this is an amendment or 5.122, and it was to that condition number 5 be added to require a 30-meter setback from any wetland and on lot. And I guess if I go back,
1, I think.
it's lot number 1.
Suggest something. What we did for the last one, if we're gonna do it here, why wouldn't we just say on any of the lots? So we're saying wetland on any of them, we're not saying if we want here, we're saying we need to set back from any wetland. And we're not biologists to say if there's wetlands somewhere or not.
Do you want, are you okay with that?
I don't know whether I am. The first thing comes to mind is the puddle in the stream. Someone argues it's the wetland. There's one that Patrick has identified. And I don't want to extend it to the other lots. I just would rather be on the one that's identified. Well, I guess the last one was at any of the lots. I'll put it in any of the lots.
Okay, is it any
But I
separate lot?
recognize it's only the one lot that has it.
Well, I guess that's the advantage of a rating system, right?
Yeah, it is. But not restrictive on any.
I don't think it's gonna be an issue. In this case, but, all right, so Councillor Lamb has moved that. Is there a seconder for the motion? All right, I'll second it.
No, a hand come up for you.
Oh, sorry, did you, Councillor? All right, so it's moved and seconded. Are we ready for the question? Okay, so recorded vote, please.
This is the amendment to require the 30-meter setback from any wetland. It's worded as, right, Mr. Mayor?
On any separate lot, yes.
Okay, but unfortunately, my answer is gonna have to be no, because I think we're making a mistake with wording here.
Gray,
Yes.
Lamb,
Yes.
Nash,
No.
Conley,
Yes.
thank you for the amendment carried.
Okay, and now, then if we could go to the main motion as amended with the addition of the fifth condition, bring the setback. Once again, recorded vote, please.
Gray,
Yes.
Lamb,
Yes.
Nash,
No.
Wood,
No,
Yes.
that motion has been carried.
Right, thank you. And finally, we are at 5.2, which is the road plan protocol review, or policy review. Suggested motion that the Council of Municipality of Whitestown receive for information report admin-2025-04 entitled Road Grant Protocol. The direction be given to staff regarding potential changes to be considered for a revised draft of the policy. Can we do that? Okay, Councillor Lamb is moving, seconded by,
I can second.
we got Councillor Nash, thanks, Councillor Woods. Any discussion?
Just have a really brief comment. Again, thank you to staff for putting everything together. Now I'm able to do this come out soon, so like I said earlier, I'm glad that it's here. I'm glad that hopefully we'll be doing this in only a couple of months, getting it from start to the finish line. I look forward to this one. I thought we would go through the next meeting. So
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, can I call the question? All those in favor, please. Okay,
we need a recorder vote on it at all?
no, it's not, but do you want one?
I'll request one, Mr. Mayor.
Hey. Councillor Woods has requested a recorded vote.
Lamb,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Wood,
Yes.
Gray,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes. Okay. With a big sigh, he says, and we perhaps what does it say, reconvene to a regular?
Maybe we didn't come out of the committee in the whole.
Why, we did though. So we're going back to see what.
we did, probably did the.
Okay, it's, I'm looking, I guess I'm looking at the, don't worry, yeah, we're at a committee of the whole, I apologize. Yeah, that's just on the, it just said reconvene the regular meeting on the sort of agenda itself, but we were in that. We are ready for number 7, which is the consent agenda. And I'll take a motion to get this on the floor, and I know that Councillor Woods had an item that he wanted to raise, I guess, but whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of council and committee council and committee meeting minutes. These are 7.1.1, the regular council meeting minutes for the budget meeting on February 4th, 2025. 7.1.2, regular council meeting minutes of February 18th, 2025. 7.1.3, the regular council meeting minutes of the budget meeting on March 4th, 2025. And then committee and board minutes. 7.2.1, Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee meeting of January 13th, 2025. 7.2.2, the Whitestone Recreation Committee draft minutes for February 27th, 2025. 7.3, the EMS Advisory Committee minutes of February 27th, 2025. And finally, 7.3, the unfinished business listed on page 4. So those are all the things that make up the consent agenda. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. Those were the ones for February 4th, February 18th, and March 4th. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information the committee and board minutes. This for the Environmental Stewardship Committee, January 13th, Whitestone Rec Committee, draft February 27th, EMS Advisory Committee for February 27th. And finally, the unfinished business. So, can I get someone to move that? I'm just going to move. Seconded by?
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll catch you this time. I can't support it. Thank you. So, discussion. Did you have an item?
I did, Mr. Mayor. I was just looking at the list.
Unfinished business, is that it?
Sorry, I didn't hear you there, Mayor.
Is it the unfinished business list that you're looking at, or something else?
Yeah, it was just the unfinished business list I was looking at. The second item down, the March 15th, 2022, we made the decision about allowing the garage to be built, and then we were going to revisit it. And I just know that it comes up March 2025. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, because that was kind of a first, I think, that we did in the municipality. Just make sure we don't lose track of that, or if anybody had any information, if it'd be coming to a meeting for information for us. That was one. The next one would be the snakeskin boat launch one. On the back of that sheet, it said the report to council August 2024, final decision pending. But when we spoke to David Creaser last about this, he told us that he would be installing signs because we didn't need the land use permit for that area, just to put a sign up so that people knew what side basically they should be going on and not annoying the neighbors there. That's my words, not Dave's words. Just those two things, Mr. Mayor. That's all. Thank you.
Is there a response from our AO to either of those items, or?
Through you, your worship, I'm sorry, but I'm not aware of the first one. I'll have to, something I would have to read myself into before I'd be able to provide any answer. The second one, with respect to the sign, I will check with the Works Department and see if a sign has been ordered, and if so, we'll get it installed as soon as conditions allow.
While we're on,
Okay, anything further to these items before we go to the next one?
Yeah. And maybe we're gonna say the same thing through you, Mr. Mayor. We also talked about signage, you're putting a sign out of Boulder, I think about the. You were gonna say? Well, I was gonna say that, but no. Yes. Okay, well, shore doctors in August or something. Whatever, so people know when they start going up there and. I don't know when we're able to get out, but obviously not right now. Just a comment.
Yeah.
The other thing that I have is that we brought up at the library board meeting last month, or last night, why our minutes weren't showing up here. And the answer was because our previous CAO said it didn't have to be, and I said, yes, they do. I want them to be part of the council agenda, so they should flow in now. Maybe you could get a copy of January library minutes and at least January, the next month, January and February, maybe. Whenever we stop in library board, that's been done for years. Was there some policy change or?
I think we passed something recently to say that when it should be included, be it the library board or the Perry Sound. I had a motion, you asked the library, and I think the planning board.
I never asked the library, but I asked the planning board. We're always forgotten the library board minute. Once they were added in
I can answer a couple of the questions that were asked by Councilor Woods. The first one about the garage under the also consent agreement for Anderson's. There has been a permit issued for a cottage there for seasonal residents. So there's a building permit now, which is one of the requests allowed him to do the garage. And yeah, as for Councilor Wood's second question there about the sign at Snakeskin, I know we, the municipality, put in a number of signs last year, kind of blue with the boats, looks like a boat backing up into the water. So I think it needs to be one of those that points, maybe it's two of them, Councilor Woods, for Snakeskin, one coming off of the bunny trail, one also pointing towards the water so that people don't go down homeowner's driveway, because it's the same driveway, you have to go off of it. But as to what Councilor Lamb was saying, yeah, I think it's really important. We've spoken about it before, the change in staff. We had to get the signage out told here, where the shore doctors are, just to remind people out there. I also think if we're gonna do that, it should also be the boat launch sign that goes out of Bold here at the end on the hydro line, pointing to Semicoka Trail that says this is where the boat launch is, since it's a boat launch. There's a staff are out doing the signs for the shore dockers that boat launch sign goes in, pointing off the hydro corridor to the boat launch off Semicoka. Okay. That makes sense, Councilor Woods, about the two signs?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for that, Councilor Nash. Yeah, that definitely made sense to me.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so we have a motion to approve the minutes and receive the council minutes and receive the others. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Councilor Woods, yes.
You? And 7, the consent and see. Back on the regular. We now have item 8, which is our accounts payable, and our I was just going to note that our new treasurer, Jessica, has joined the meeting in the community center here. The next item we're going to do is actually to appoint her, I guess. But anyway, welcome. We'll get a chance to say hello to you maybe in a minute if you take a break. So we have with us our accounts payable listing. Mover and seconder, please, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $465,831.41. The period ending February 28th, 2025. Mover and seconder, moved by Councilor Nash, seconded by Councilor Lamb. Discussion. Any questions, comments?
One question, and it's more.
Go ahead.
Confused on something. And I think I know the answer to this one, I'll make sure. So, on page 103, 160. It says MITS donations, and there's a number of them listed. Survey Community Club, Whitestone Public Library, Whitestone Area Nursing. So, it's a dumb question in the sense of, I know the recreational thrift shop donations, but wouldn't we normally wait till the budget is approved before we get the donation?
Your worship, I believe these would have been for a previous year. For 2024.
Approved.
Is that right?
No,
I don't think so.
It's approved in the last. It's
I don't know, I
Yes,
know the
but
thrift shop did it in 2020.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. My understanding is this is money that the thrift shop would have made in 2024, allocated out.
So these are accrued into last year, not this year.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't see it say. accrued.
Unless I misunderstand
That's why I hadn't seen it say accrual. I know sometimes it say accrual in here, that's why I was.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Barb Cribbett speaking.
Yes.
Yes, those are the 2024 donations from the thrift shop, and they were accrued to 2024.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay. Is there another question? Do you have a question, Councilor? No. So Woods, no question? All right, we'll have that called question then. All in favor of receiving this report?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. Bills received. Okay. Staff reports. I'll flip through, so I'm gonna have this up here. First staff report that we have has to do with council remuneration and expenses, and this is a report mandated by the municipal act. You have the report in front of you. Does anyone wish to speak to it? Our new treasurer or our previous treasurer? You wish to introduce it or? Jessica is going to do that.
This is annually, and on attachment A, there's a breakdown.
Right. So now are there questions about it? Councilor Lamb.
Yeah,
Oh, did I not? I think it's almost time for a break. Sorry, who's moving? Councilor Lamb is moving. And Councilor Bray is seconding. That we received this report for information, that's what we're moving. Now, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just have a couple things. Says Councilor Lamb under expenses, $1,048. I did go to one district meeting. I did not go to Phenom. Mayor went to Phenom on my behalf, so I came down with COVID. And, Roma, I didn't go to, again, I think it was the mayor or someone went to, but I didn't go. So my $2,048, I didn't go to any conferences except one, which was just mileage. So that needs to be adjusted. Put it in the appropriate area. It wasn't me.
No, I wondered if I had said
Got me
that.
going to all kinds of conferences that I didn't go to. I never even signed up for Romanson, or was I selected, or did I want to go necessarily? So, anyway, that's one point. Maybe you can make that adjustment. And give me a call if you want the details. Anyway, the other thing is the health spending account. I see both Councilor Nash and I are $4,286, and I'm $4,208. But our allowance was $3,500. I thought the administration fee was 10%. That would take it to $3,850 or something. I just wondered how we got up to $4,200. Who's charging what?
Through you, your worship, I'm not sure on the exact fee for administration fee. But my understanding is it's closer in the 20% range, 20 to 25. That's in discussions with the interim treasurer. She might be able to fill it in a little bit more.
Just let us know by email what the administration charge is.
Sure.
Might be able to answer someone, but I think when it first came forward, we thought it was a very nominal percentage, but then last year, I think we had a big discussion on it because we didn't understand it, and our past treasurer at the time said, oh, it's 20, I think it was 20 or 25%. I think you are right to say. I think we were all surprised at that, but the question I had on it is, I'll be the first one to say, for $3,500, I did use it all. And not the Bucks Council land, but I believe you used it all.
Yeah.
So we both used it all. Our numbers should be the same, not different, right? We both used it and it's admin fee effect. It should be the same, but where I was going with that, there's two questions I have. Maybe this gets brought back if there's some updates on the Phenom and Roma and stuff. My logic here. This is supposed to show our remuneration. I get that. You get your fee for the counselor, you get a health spending account. You have, electronic device allowance, you might have a cell phone, the mayor, or other expenses. I don't get why an overhead charge is included, just like I would expect the sunshine list will say. Say employee A at the municipalities on the sunshine list. I don't think the overhead costs of WSIB, EI, employment like health benefits, all these additional things that staff might get that are overhead costs go into their salary goes onto the sunshine list. So I just asked for maybe that to be looked at. Shouldn't it just read 3,500, for example, for myself and not the admin fee? But the next part I have to that is under the planning board. I can only speak to myself, but it says $780. I can send my T4 that I got from the planning board. It's not $780, it's less. So there's a discrepancy somewhere there because it's some.
I think timing payment.
Well, but I think at some point in time, Because it was included with the Whitestone T4, that makes sense then, yeah. Combine the two, okay, never mind, I answered my own question.
I just have one more
Last
question.
year we got our own.
Yeah, just one question to you, Mr. Mayor. What about Omers? I'm not in Omers. I didn't know Omers. Put in here. If anyone's on
I don't think any councillors are in Omers, are we?
That I'm aware
Not.
it. Yeah, no one in Omers?
I am.
I didn't.
I am.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I mean, again.
Well, I guess you have, okay, sorry, that's,
I think
Okay.
that comes down to the, I think that comes down to the same thing as some of the overheads.
I get, I get confused with this whole thing. Quite frankly, I don't mind being disclosed what our remuneration is, electronic, but I fail to see what mileage has to do with remuneration, because all it does is mislead the public. $500 worth of mileage going to a conference or two, you know, it's not like you pocket it, right? There's no cost associated with it. So I don't know why mileage is in there. I guess it's legislated. Someone might ask why I get 1120 on the planning board, because I'm the chairperson of the meetings, right? That's the difference between Councilor Nash and myself, right? But, anyway, I know this all has to be disclosed, and I'm not trying to make light of it, but, again, I fail to see how, or a cell phone for the mayor, right? It's not like he uses it to have overseas calls or something. It's a cell phone.
If I might speak up, Mr. Mayor, maybe I have to go back and look over the new treasurer. And just look and say, what's mandatory for it? I don't think anybody here is questioning having stuff, but if you use the device allowance, it's there because we've only been reimbursed for costs that we had. Right, so if I went out and had to buy a $1,000 TV for community center, then it would show up your remuneration $1,000. Right, it's not because it was income we were paid, it's because we were being paid back for an expense that we had. It's not remuneration, that's an expense. Right? Which maybe shouldn't be included in remuneration. That's what you're saying, right? Ken?
Yeah, basically.
Through you, your worship, if you look to the first page, it gives you the relevant section of legislation and municipal act. You'll see in section 2, it speaks to remuneration or expenses. So I guess, you know, it's all expenses really at the end of the day.
Okay. That's a good
Yeah.
deal.
That being said, I think we will bring the report back, given that there were some errors in terms of the registrations and those sorts of things.
okay, so I have a motion on the floor to receive the report. I guess we can still put the question because we're just receiving information. We've got some clarification around some of these other things. So, all those in favor of receiving the report, please.
Councillor
Yeah,
Woods, yes.
Right. Okay, now we have some bylaws, or we have actually a bylaw. And I will issue I don't know what it is. The bylaw itself you can find in your package. It's bylaw number 12-25 and is if we pass the motion that I'm going to read to you, then I'll I am the CAO will sign this. Anyway, it's a motion to appoint Jessica Sitkowski as our treasurer / tax collector. Again, mover and seconder that bylaw number 12-25 being a bylaw to appoint a treasurer/tax collector and to repeal bylaw number 63-2024 is hereby passed this 18th day of March, 2025.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Nash seconds. Any discussion? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Nash.
You can say Scott, I'm looking at the 19th year. I'm not thinking I've over.
Any other comments or? Okay, so we won't have any hard questions for you. I will then call the question on the motion. Wow.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much.
I think as far as on the line, to thank her for, or at least, sitting in for the last 3 months or whatever.
We should definitely do that. I'm just looking to see if she's. Looks like she's not on anymore, but anyway.
I'm back.
She's using Paula's, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, all right.
I am back. Here I am. Were you talking about me?
Yeah, we were just expressing, Councillor Lamb was just expressing appreciation for all the work that you've done, and I guess you will be. I'm assuming that you will for a little while be helping Jessica with various things. Is that true? You got your 10-year award
from last year, or was it 5?
I think it's 7 years. Back 3 times.
Okay. Well, thank you for your help and your continuing assistance in this transition. We have to look at your successor, so.
Well, thank you for that. If I could just mention regarding the expenses for Councillor Lamb, evidently there was registration in his name. I apologize for that error, but apparently there was registration in his name for some of these conferences, and then it was transferred to someone else, and that was not apparent to us when we were looking at the general ledger.
I came down with COVID and called the mayor the night before, I think, and he happened to be available and went.
Yeah, that's it. And I went on, I assumed his registration.
Okay. I apologize, but that's where we went wrong.
Also, it said Roma, and I had nothing to do with Roma.
Okay, we will double check all that. We were, as I say, going by what was posted in the general ledger. So any errors, we will find out who it was, who went, and repost it. My apologies.
No problem.
Okay. All right, under business matters, 12 items here. We're going to take a break. We need to do it sooner. You want to? Okay, because well, I was going to do the next 3 things. Hopefully, don't take very long. It's pretty. They're pretty simple. 11.1 is reports from our 2 landfill bottle sheds, basically. And there's a large report from Lions Club with respect to Park Street. And then there is shorter report with respect to Ardbeg, and I guess most of Ardbeg was probably got them in the wrong order, but anyway, most of Ardbeg was done by the community club. Anyway, you can see the details of these reports here. Can I get mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the memorandum from Deputy Clerk for landfill bottle shed collection report. Councillor Nash has his hand up, seconded by Councillor Bray. All right, did you have anything further you wanted to say about your report?
Very straightforward, and we're just waiting for this year's, solutions for who can move it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Nash.
Couple questions. When we say Wendy, that we're waiting for the, applications, that's only for the all, right? The other one, your work one is still ongoing with the same organization.
That is correct.
And just a couple things. I noticed that, the old landfill, it went from Ardbeg to Granite. York Street, numbers were, I remember last year, I guess I'm just saying it because I feel it's important to say that when the, Whitestone School Camp Association no longer did it, I know there was a lot of talk about why a year was lower than other years. But I'm going to say there was a lot of stuff that went back and forth on it. And what I see here in 2024 is that there was less money taken in this year than there was by the Whitestone School Association year before. So I think that closes that case that what the Whitestone School Association was doing was a great job in the past. But just when I look at the reports here, looking at attachment 2, page 121 of 160, we have here direct transportation costs, heat, hydro, insurance, full expenses paid, 6,000. More line item. And under the crown of dog, on the next page, which says 2,230, that they're going to be buying a Scantic snowmobile. The reason I'm saying this is, again, I remember last year that there was requests to go into people's banks, bank accounts, to see what was going on with the money, and it's on and on. Months and months and months. And reports weren't good enough, there was no receipt. All we have here this year is a couple line items, it's all fine. So I just wanted to say, after the parent school board, as I said before, it's a shame we're no longer doing it. Like what happened last year in regard to it, it's a shame they aren't doing it anymore. What I see here is what was presented to you as the man that we didn't accept last year. So I feel bad as a council for that. I should have done more than we did last year about that. I think I failed. But it's always important to say that in case anybody from the school association. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments on this?
It looks like to me, through you, Mr. Mayor, York Street used to get as much as 4,000, now we're down to 15. Did we start an AA group or something in that place?
What year is?
I know. It was COVID here.
That's exactly what I'm.
Everybody was home and drinking. Other patches were. But it's really, I think that has to do more with the number than anything. I mean, hopefully we get someone, Amadog has not agreed to do York or Halls on an ongoing basis. They're just doing it temporarily. We're advertising for someone to do it on a more permanent basis. Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll carry on if we need to either do that or then our recycling, which we don't want to do. Okay, thank you.
Are you ready for questions? Receive the report. Those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Just as notice here that maybe we could reach out to the Crown Dog at the very end of the email. We say, collection will we look forward to purchasing an updated 900 slate, so we definitely very much appreciate the opportunity to be part of the fundraising and look forward to being able to participate in the 2025 calendar year. Maybe they're not aware of it. We can let them know.
Okay, thank you. Again. Okay, 11.2.1 was the implementation of a Buy Canadian policy. This came up in the last discussion, I guess, is one of our budget meetings. And what we have in front of us is a resolution from the Township of Uxbridge about this. Anyway, we have a report from our we get the motion here. Here's a suggested motion. Whereas the President of the United States continues to indicate that he will execute executive orders to impose tariffs on imports from Canada, whereas predatory tariffs by the U.S. government affect all residents, businesses, and institutions within the municipality of Whitestown, whereas federal and provincial leaders are encouraging Canadians to buy Canadian, it results that the municipality of Whitestone supports Team Canada efforts to stop U.S. tariffs on Canadian goods and services, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone joins federal, provincial, and municipal leaders in encouraging Canadians to buy Canadian. I'd like to move and second. Are you moving, Councillor Lamb? Seconded by Councillor Gray. Discussion on this one.
You, Mr. Mayor. I was the one that brought this up last month, and we used to move it. Never in my life did I ever think into my age that after was something like this. I think we're all on death and all the things that are happening, but this, in my mind, is very, very, very serious, and probably the greatest threat that I've seen in my lifetime. I've never been to war or anything like that. This is very serious. So what is it? I guess my question is, this motion says support Team Canada. What is it that we're doing with this motion? Are we just buying Canadian? Is that other than motion? What are we doing as a municipality? What's this impact?
The question I guess I would respond by saying, and I usually at the end of these motions, there's a few other things that say what you're going to do with it. I think there are two things that we should do. Number one is we should forward it to the Premier of Ontario and the Prime Minister of Canada, and let them know that we've passed it, because that's what others, there are other, we'll see other municipalities are passing motions like this, and that's what they almost always do with them. And I think the second thing we should do is put it on our website and Facebook page and let payers know that. Did it?
But is there anything we're doing from a purchasing standpoint?
That's the question I would leave to their.
Yeah, through you, your worship, not as a part of that motion. If you wanted to add it, certainly we could look into it. You can see that Uxbridge, that's what they've done. They've essentially developed a policy pertaining to their purchases, or at least some of their purchases, and directed staff to go in that direction. So if you wanted to do that, we could look into it and do something similar. But I think this motion that you have on the table is more, I'm not sure of the words, but not necessarily directed. It's more symbolic, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Gray.
Yeah, that's how I read it, that it was more of support. assets, but I would like to see if we're possible. Some kind of a policy in the community. There'll be times we can't, but I think that it shows that we as a council are supportive and actually doing something about it, not just words.
Is there then an appetite to amend the motion by adding one more that says that where possible, the municipality of Whitestone will endeavor a Canadian would like to do that, or how?
move that. That's a good word, word possible, right?
I'll just write it down here and we'll get the necessary paper for the amendment in a second, but what it's gonna say that we're adding more. We're adding the following, and that where possible. This probably was, go buy Canadian, is that kind of free?
By Canadian,
So that would be the text of the amendment. Are you gonna make? Wants to make
whatever.
Councillor Gray is moving and Councillor Lamb is seconding an amendment. That be added to the motion. Any discussion? Amendment? All those in favor of the amendment?
Councillor Woods, yes.
That amendment is carried. So now the main motion as amended. All those in favor of that motion?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. Next is 11.3. 11.3 involves OPP community, involves community appointments to the OPP detachment board. We have a memo from the clerk about this. I guess I'll read the motion to get it on the floor, and then I'll ask if either he or Councillor Gray wants to explain any of this to you. But motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the memorandum of CAO Clerk Black titled West Ferry Sound OPP Detachment Board Appointments, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone adopts the West Ferry Sound OPP Detachment Board appointments terms of reference, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone appoints CAO Clerk Nigel Black to be the appointed representative from the Municipality of Whitestone to sit on the committee to review community appointments. Mover and seconder for that one. Councillor Gray is moving, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Any questions or comments on this? Do you understand what it is we're doing here? These are members. This is a committee to decide on two from nominations that people submit. The general public in West Ferry Sound gets to sit on the board. Well, they don't get to decide who gets to sit on the board. They get to bring us back two names, and all eight official members of the detachment board who will then vote on, who will then have to appoint those people or fight it out if we don't agree with them.
So does this replace the board that Councillor Gray is on?
No, Councillor Gray is our appointee, but the public at large gets to
Hold them.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I need to explain this because this has been confusing for the board as well. In the legislation, the municipality must make a decision on who is appointed from the public and not the board. We can't do that. There has been an area-wide search for people and they've applied. And now we have to have a way of choosing from those, I think about 12 or 14 applications. Municipalities as a group have to choose. So you can imagine how difficult to get all of the municipalities together to make a choice of two and have them consistent through all of them. So what the board is suggesting, and we presented it to the CAO, the CAO is being the group that reviews all the applications and decides what two people they're going to take back to the municipality. So we'll all be getting the same two. And they're not gonna know where these people are from, unless they actually know who the person is, but you know what I mean. It's not, that's not the way it is, that it's, oh, Whitestone wants their people on, or Eagle wants their people on. We're trying to find two people who would be excellent contributors to the board to continue on. And I can't remember, it's a year? Or is it to the term? I can't remember now because it's been so long since we talked about this so many times. But it will be, I think it's for the rest of this term. And the term, more people or 30 people will apply and they have to be appointed as well. So we need a system that we can use each, or can use each, the municipalities can use each one.
All right. Anything else about this particular one? Okay, all those for the motion, please indicate.
Counselor Woods, yes.
All right, thank you. We're now finished, our business matters. How about taking a recess? Would this be a good time? Well, there's correspondence. Was there an 11.4?
Bonhams.
You're right, there is. Okay. Phonom. We already talked about Phonom. I need a mover and seconder. That was last year's Phonom. This is this year's Phonom, which is from May 5th to 7th, 2025 in downtown North Bay. So, mover and seconder, the council of the municipality Whitestone approved the following council members and staff to attend the Phonom conference in North Bay on May 5th to 7th, 2025. Just get a mover and seconder, and then we'll populate the list here. One of those. Councilor Bray seconds. Okay, it's moved and seconded. This is reasonably important, I think, important meeting. It's also not a terribly expensive one, but there's a travel expenses and that sort of thing.
We remember who went on last year.
And I went in place of Councilor Lamb.
Oh, I thought that was the wrong one. No,
That's phenomenal.
That was phenomenal. I came down with COVID.
Councilor Lamb was scheduled to go and,
I think
it's generally a good meeting, yeah.
We have a policy, about whoever goes the right to report, right? Happened at Roma, but I think it's a good policy, anyway. Again, since we have a new CAO, I think Nigel should attend, just in terms of contacts in the north, et cetera. I'm gonna say I'd like to attend, but hopefully I wouldn't come down with COVID this year. Be honest. I know there's rubbing elbows with people and talking to people and whatever, but when I looked at last, I said I'd go to the Phenom. And then I looked at the agenda of Phenom, and I wasn't very impressed with it. Maybe it was tremendous when people got there or whatever, but I just wasn't impressed. And having said that, I think there's a little more meat on the bone this time. I looked at the agenda. It's 2.5 days really. In terms of transportation, whoever goes, take one car over to the North Bay, right? Nigel's going, for instance, and whoever else, right, in one car, would be simple enough. Those are my comments. I think people should spread who kind of goes to these things. So I don't know whether this is Councillor Woods or Councillor Nash. I think Brian was the one Roma conference a couple of years ago, but I can't remember anything else. Councillor Nash, I don't know, again, help. I try to, I'm not sure how you can do.
I mean, these, I'll be honest, I had a little bit of the same reaction to the agenda of the one that was in Sudbury before I got there. When I did get there, there were some really useful presentations. And you know, I'll give you an example. There was interesting session. Well, Councilor Bray was there. She mentioned some too, but there was a session that I found very interesting about relationships between communities and First Nations. And interestingly enough, as you heard this morning, this is something that we have to do, and it's actually an action item that I have, which is to get in contact with a couple of the First Nations that are closest to us. I've had contact with Shawanaka, with Saxing before, but they're not very much Prairie Island, right? So, but Shawanaka First Nation wants us. They definitely have interest in what happens with respect to Shawanaka Lake and Shawanaka River, at least they have in the past. And the Meganwan First Nation, which is of course the receiving end of everything that comes down. It comes down the Meganwan River. We were part of the Meganwan watersheds today. We have to, well, we should be talking to them. There's a whole bunch of stuff that has happened, as you probably know, with respect to settlement of Robinson Huron. And so there's kind of a mandate there for us to at least be talking, which we've done only very sporadically in the time that I've been. So, you know, there was a very good session on that. Using that as an example, and there were a number of other things useful things that came out of that meeting. So, you know, I feel very strongly that Whitestone should be represented. I'm always willing to go, you know, but if there are other people who want to go and develop contacts and so on, then that's
I'll ask you a question. When you weren't able to go last year, you want to go this year?
I will go, but I feel like, for instance, Councillor Woods, are you willing to go? You haven't been to a conference like this, but I also know you work, right? So it's more difficult for you. And I don't mind going. I'm so enthusiastic about it that I will not sleep the night before. No, I'm not, right? And I still see some of the, you know, am I particularly interested in an engineer from the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, right? I don't know what that's got to do with waste, things like that, right? And, okay, I could go or I could not. Matter.
I was just gonna mention that, one that you just mentioned about the, transportation. The last year, the was presented with a really good presentation on the storage of materials and how to go to transport, how it would be transported. It would have been, I'm not sure where, now, it has been, which community it's going to be looking in, but it would have been traveling like through our that was of interest to me. But the other one that I think most people find very interesting is the ministers. When we get to the different ministers and talk to them, and also they do presentation. Last year there were quite a few ministers present, and they sort of do a little round table type thing, talking and allows for questions. So I think it's I found that really good.
I was going to say there were some very good presentations. Minister Vic Fidelli gave a good presentation. There were several others. There's also, you'll notice a little thing. There's some things here that are not filled in this agenda that you've got in front of you. I suspect that's because of the fact that the new cabinet, Ontario cabinet, is still a little bit up in the air. You'll notice at the very end on Wednesday, there was a little block there that says Bear Pit. You probably know what that is. That's an opportunity for whatever ministers are there at the conference. They form a panel at the front. People in the audience are allowed to ask them tough questions. I think that's a highlight of, you feel like when people miss a session, that one is always full, right? You know? There was one in Rome, the recent Rome that we went to, there was one in, virtually every minister was there, every minister of every ministry was there. There was
Drop the discussion if the mayor, Ray want to go, that's fine. I think in terms of budget, things like that, I don't think we need to send more than 2 people. But I would also say whoever goes to this does not go to Rome, right? Because we can't double up. All of us should be going to the conference every 2 years, right? That's my feeling. And this year I want to go to Rome. I don't think so. Not you. You went last year. I'll go with Nigel North Bay.
All right. We got 2 names.
That leaves Rome open to whoever else. So there'll be one coming this year.
2026.
Was it already?
AMO is the next one. The AMO is in August, and it's already open.
I'll go.
Anyway, all right, so
The mayor will be on standby. I get told it again.
all right, so we got 2 names. They are Theo Clark and Lamb. All right, so all those in favor of the motion, please.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. Okay, now, it is 3:45, and we take a break for a few minutes before then we will come back and do the correspondence and council items and so on, and then we'll move into closed. And we'll be Out of here by 5 o'clock. Right? All right, thank you. Okay, do you want to put up a, please? Good afternoon again, once again, everybody. We're back in session. It's 3:58 PM and we're ready to go on item 12, which is correspondence. You will see that there are 6 items of correspondence. I'll start to get this on the floor. First, the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 7 of the March 18th, 2025 council meeting agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion and action. If I could get a mover and seconder for that, and I'll ask you if you want to any of those items. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Nash. Any one of those items, there are 3 there that deal with supporting by Canada policy, which we already talked about. One from Hanover, one from our Archipelago, and one from the Tenantary Sound. There's a request from the municipality to assume Shawnee Lake Road, which I think you've seen. And they talk briefly about them. There's Solidarity Chamber of Commerce and the Mary and Keck families. Thank you, Stuart.
Light month for correspondence, isn't it?
There's a light. Any of those you wish to follow? Hearing none. Can we just ask the motion then to receive correspondence? All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Woods. So the next item then is no matters for correspondence or other councillor items.
I have.
Sorry, you want to go ahead, Councillor Woods?
I can go after Councillor Bray, Mr. Mayor. It's not a
All
problem.
right, Councillor Grace first and then Councillor Woods.
I just wanted to mention that, for the fire department, the chief and, the officers attended the museum, exhibit on fighting fires, our volunteer firefighters. It's an excellent little museum, or excellent little display and exhibit. Has a lot of really good historical things from the area. People are really donated quite a lot of memorabilia and things like that from the fire department. That was Friday. It is on at the museum till somewhere into December. I would encourage everybody to have a chance to go and see it and support our museum because they're really doing things for the local area. And the other exhibit that's there is a smaller version of the Michael collection of John McPhee's photographs. And that is an excellent exhibit to go see. It's fabulous. When I saw that at Michael, the work that John McPhee did, and he lives in this area, lived in this area, and the work he did through Illinois was just phenomenal. So those are 2 things that I thought people should know about, and certainly council should know about, and hopefully councilors will be able to go in and to see them. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Ray, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing that I brought up earlier in the meeting when I was talking about the road grant and us taking a look at the roads and pictures. I still think that'd be a good idea even for us to ask road associations any repairs, not to grade or judge, but it'd be good to see the work, right? And Councillor Lamb's idea I thought was good for us. We go out in a little minibus one Saturday kind of idea. That is actually a decent enough idea. And kind of going off of that, with now the official plan has started. And I know like in our paperwork today, Lorimer Lake Association, they're asking for certain things on their lake, right, or recommendations. But I mean, we go out and we see little individual planning items. When it comes to something like the official plan, I think we might have a good opportunity here for all of us, much like happened with, I think, most of us in the previous election when we went out for a boat tour on Wawashkesh, right? I think it'd be a good idea for council to get on a boat together and go out on Lorimer Lake. Because all of us have heard over the years that people say it's at capacity and why. And I think it would be beneficial for us to go out and actually look. I don't know how others feel about it. I mean, I would be willing to go out on a lake with anybody at any time if they wanted to show me something or reasons they were asking for something, right? But with the official plan review happening, I think this might be a good opportunity for us to get out on a boat together and at least go see firsthand what Lorimer Lake Association has been asking and why.
Just,
thank you.
As a follow-up to Councillor Woods, anyone wants to go on Whitestone, I got a great big 22-foot pontoon boat. Or whatever, if you want to see all around Whitestone. Pontoon boat. Put on a trailer, go to the next one. Yeah, have a big trailer too. I could take you in anyway, for the right price.
Can you get it under the highway?
Where?
When did you go to the north basin?
Right under, I don't have the liberty.
I got to say, you gotta put the top.
Well, it depends on the water level sometimes, but for safety, I think it. That'd be good for like Wendy and Nigel, whatever. Because that's the busy lake, right? Like I hear others say, oh yeah, no more, there's no more of that. But compared to Wawashkesh, it's a busy lake. There's all over the place. Right? I don't know that they're at capacity, but that any lake just sits them, right?
There must be a way to do this with all of us going without making a big deal. There's gotta be a way that, we just have to ask whatever it is, but it's not considered a meeting.
Information, training.
Education.
I got a boat, I'll take it, whatever lake you
want. And I said, had signs, goals, signs for goals, so we already spoke about those, so I won't bring them up again. And then I'm just wondering, I have here two other items, one of them was the rental bylaw. We know when that might come back to us. I really like to just try and get that done in the next month or two. If possible, but I think we're waiting on. Something like that.
Yeah, through you, your worship, I do intend to have that on the next council meeting, whether or not, I'm not sure what position you'll be in or, what information we'll have at that meeting, but it will be on the agenda, that's all I'll say at this stage.
Good. And the other one was just, we spoke in, it was in the budget meeting. It's been hard to do. The greater repairs are like $43,000 earlier this year. And the 2022 truck, I'll follow up with the meeting after the treasurer to see if there's a way to get a copy of this one to get this in as a small, just having a hard time to swallow it for $3,000. I just wanted to get everybody over that. Share, and if everybody wants a copy of it afterwards, we're gonna have to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilor,
Just quickly, the programming from the library in Ardbeg, I think is starting in April. The staff and we're excited about all of the stuff that's occurring. community center. I wish I had listed the whole programming, but there's a lot of money that is being spent sort of up there, not only for this year, but the next 2 or 3 years. And, that's a good thing for the community. I think that's community building between different areas, different areas in our community. Different name.
Okay, thank you.
What's the next couple of budgets will be on? We're on the next, I think we're doing another.
For you, your worship, that'll be on the next regular agenda. I believe so.
That's right. On my calendar. Okay. Is that it for council items? Questions from the public? We have no members of the public on the call at this point in time. Our fire chief is still on, but that's. So with that, I would entertain a motion to move into closed. Deal with the 2 matters that we have, which are closed session minutes, the regular closed session council meeting of Tuesday, February 18th. And personal matters about an identifiable individual. Section 239 2B, and that's information from the recreation committee. So, again, mover and seconder for that, please. Councilor Gray has moved. Nash has seconded. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. We are going to go into closed at 4:09 p.m. and I will ask our whoever it is that turns off the recording to turn it off. Thank you. So for the public record, we are now back into our regular meeting. Following a brief camera session, a brief closed session. We have I guess a couple of items arising from closed session. First one is that the council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the regular closed session council meeting minutes on Tuesday, February 18th, Tuesday, February 18th, 2025. And seconder, please. Okay, Councillor Nash moves, Councillor Lamb seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. Those minutes were approved. Next motion that the council of the municipality of Whitestone accepts the resignation of Carol McClellan from the Recreation Committee and thanks her for her time and efforts. Second, please. Councilor Nash, Lamb, mover and seconder. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Motion is also I will convey to her our motion's carried. Confirmatory bylaw. Seconder, please, that bylaw number 13-2025 being the confirmatory bylaw for the regular council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on March 18th, 2025 is hereby enacted this 18th day of March, 2025. Seconder? Councilor Lamb is moving, seconded by Councilor Gray. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Last but not least, adjournment. Whereas the business of this meeting is concluded, now therefore be resolved that this meeting be adjourned at 4:17 p.m. To the regular council meeting of Tuesday, April 15th, 2025 at 10 a.m. or to follow the chair. Secretary.
I'll move.
Okay, Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Lamb seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Much that motion is carried. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Sure. Good work. It'll be 5 o'clock.